Hello there. Welcome, friends. Welcome. Hello, Shadow Killer. Now, before I forget, General Kenobi. Hello, Brandon. I did the, what was it I did? Yesterday, I did Vtuber of the Week. You know, my usual thing that I do. You know what I forgot to do? Change Nightbot. So I'm gonna do that right now. We're just gonna have Skyrim in the background. Why not? Yeah, let me just go to Nightbot. Make sure I get all the correct Twitch links of our VTubers. Okay, so VTuber number 1. Nah, I'm just disorganized, Shadow Killer. Okay, so number 1 is gonna be Ghosty Toast. And number 2 is Coffin Cuddles. Okay, then Ghosty Toast is pretty sure that's her. Pretty sure that's it. Then we go to Coffin Cuddles. Her Twitch does not have an underscore. Awesome. So add that in. Cool. / www.twitch.tv/Coffin Cuddles. Pretty sure that is all correct. Save that information. Nice. Okay, so Nightbot should be updated and we should be ready to go. Hello, Celestial Curse. Yeah, we're gonna continue with the game. Yeah, so basically I'm there's family stuff happening basically this week and the following week, so I won't be able to stream for a while. I might do like maybe a stream tomorrow if I'm really feeling like it, but probably not. So this is really just supposed to be like my last stream. Also on my schedule, I said today's gonna be a double feature. I'm not really sure. I'm not gonna do a double feature today. I didn't really feel like playing Crusader Kings 3 and hitting 2 milestones on the same day was a good excuse not to. Because last time I streamed that game was like 2 days ago and it kept crashing on me. So we're gonna play Skyrim. Not that Skyrim never crashes, it just seems to be like the most stable game that I've ever streamed. So, before we get into this, I have a few... I basically want to describe what makes this stream special. Thank you, Valera. So, for those that didn't know, today, I'm assuming it was today. Yeah, how could it not be today? I went to bed after midnight. I woke up to 2,000 Twitter followers. And with a little bit of boosting of my own, I was, and of course retweets by other people, which have been very helpful, got myself to 500 Twitch followers. So that is 2 milestones in the same day. 2 very important milestones. 500 followers on Twitch, 2,000 on Twitter. So I want to celebrate it. And what better to celebrate it than with Skyrim, the game that I play all the time and is really amazing. It's going to be kind of a pseudo-marathon, because I do want to fill in the time that I cut out by not deciding against streaming Crusader Kings today. So I'm shooting for maybe about 5 hours. We'll see how I feel about going longer after that. I also took a 10 milligram single edible right before this stream. So that's going to hit at some point. It's half the dose that I took for Friday's stream. So my normal dosage. And then I also have a bit of mead with me. This is 14%. Michigan mead called Cherry Chipotle. I'm not going to drink the whole bottle. I was a little bit rushed starting this stream because I was digging around through like cupboards and cabinets to try and find our cork replacer. You know, when you pull the cork out of a bottle of alcohol and you want to basically keep it from being open too long, you stick a cork replacer in. So that is to show that I do not intend to finish off that bottle. This is not a drinking stream. Well, this is not a drunk stream. This is not supposed to be a high stream. This is just a celebration stream. I might get a tiny bit crossfaded, but it's not going to be a big deal. But yeah, the mead itself is Cherry Chipotle mead. So it's got a bit of sweetness and a bit of spice, and yeah, so if for those that don't know how those two drugs work, alcohol and weed, depending on how much of each you use, you'll likely get some level of what is called crossfaded, which is basically the experience of having two of those two drugs in your system at the same time. In my experience, unless I really hit the alcohol and really hit the weed, in my experience, it's mostly just a small amount of alcohol hits the same way a big amount of alcohol would, with the shared effect of, you know, being high. So that's probably how this is gonna turn out. Yeah, I just have like a little bit of a glass. I'm just gonna do sippy sips throughout the stream. There might be a few cork pieces in there. I'm not great when it comes to opening corked alcohol. Let me maybe pull out. There's one. Ah, come on. Get off my hand. And there's a few others. Maybe I should take those out too. Eh. That's good stuff. That is good stuff. Meat is delicious. Oh, margarita meat. That sounds good. Where'd you get it from? Anyway, we're playing Skyrim. And looky here, this is what... So for those that don't know, I'm playing as a werewolf. This is a Captain America build, i.e. I use fists for my combat, but I aim out a shield. So we're playing through the companions. Havoc Mead. I think I've heard of that place. I think I've heard of it. Ooh, that sounds good, Valera. Yeah, my favorite mead of all time, I got... It was actually imported mead from Michigan, but the mead itself I got in Colorado. And, like, the mead was from Michigan, but the place I got it was in Colorado. But it was the best mead I ever had, called Grateful Head. You could probably look it up. And it's basically... It has habanero, pear, maybe a bit of apple in it. It's just super fruity, super flavorful. And, you know, tangy because of the habanero. It's really good. So, we're doing the Companions quest line. We just got to the point where we became a werewolf. We did a little bit of werewolf leveling up, clearing out some of these camps towards the back Whiterun. And now we are heading off to Swindler's Den for the second time to retrieve a fragment of Wuthrad. But before we go, this game is gorgeous. So, also, yeah, I don't know why, just my hands have been acting up lately, so I've been wanting to, like, usually I only do edibles like once a week, maybe. But in general, like, since Friday was a special stream, and I don't know, just today, plus the extra business of the fact that I'm probably gonna be out of town doing other stuff for the next 2 weeks or so, I just decided, you know what, we're gonna start today. We're gonna start today off with a little bit of the THC with CBD to kind of numb the pain of my joints and my hands, because I'm 25 and I'm already getting old. Have I modded the game? So, Skyrim. In the past, I've heavily modded the game with like all sorts of Star Wars stuff and all whatnot. These days, I usually like to keep the game pretty vanilla with just a few touch-up mods, and that's it. So we got the unofficial patch because Bethesda can't be bothered to fix their own bugs. We have Pure Waters, which is supposed to make the water look better. I don't think it does. We have an AI overhaul, which gives NPCs kind of a little bit more of a schedule. Like, you'll see NPCs walking outside of town to run errands and stuff. General Kenobi, hello Mixmax. Yeah, so like the AI will be running errands and stuff and doing other things. It also makes certain NPCs run away during a dragon attack. Cutting Room Floor is a mod that basically adds in a whole bunch of cut content that is still in the game files, but Bethesda decided it wasn't in a finished state, or they thought it was too much, so they basically cut it. And thank you for the follow, Lunar Oatmeal. This adds all that stuff back in. A lot of it is like cut dialogue, some cut locations, some NPCs, some quests. Nothing too major, but just adds that stuff back in. You can hear in the background right now, this is not the actual Skyrim soundtrack that is playing right now. Fantasy Soundtrack Project, it does not replace, it just adds in a whole bunch of new music to the game that the mod developers made. I think the music fits the setting. It does not replace the music, it just mixes in with the music, and the reason I do it is just because after playing this game for literally thousands of hours, as beautiful as the OST is, sometimes you just need to, change things up a little bit. Welcome, Ian. good to see you here, hun. So, yeah, those are the mods. I also had a, like, Climates of Tamriel mod, which is like a weather mod. I uninstalled it because all it did was make it rain and thunderstorm all the time, and it just wasn't interesting or fun. Let's just drop a save because Thalmor can attack you on this site, but I don't think I've done anything to upset them yet. Or maybe I'm misremembering. I do remember if you go through dialogue with them, you can be branded as a heretic and they will attack you. So, this is one of my favorite parts of Skyrim, by the way. The plains west of Whiterun are just gorgeous. We're gonna cut to the back of this fort and head for Swindler's Den the back way. We could take a road, but I don't want to do that. Instead, we're gonna look at how beautiful the game is. Thank you, Karaku, and it's not just one milestone, it's 2. Thank you so much for stopping by, friend. Yeah. Also, now I don't want to get too graphic here, but oh, I forgot I had that selected. Let's just do this. So right before stream, I, fixed myself lunch because I usually don't eat anything besides just snacks on stream. So I fixed myself lunch. It was just like, 2 microwavable burritos, and those can get hot, especially the inside when you first pop them out of the microwave. Usually I'm good at giving them time to cool down, but I was a little bit rushed before stream, so I just kind of dug in and I burned the roof of my mouth. And that's being annoying right now. Just like, when you hurt something in your mouth and your tongue just keeps going to that same spot, just wants to lick it or something, whatever, your tongue just has this weird subconscious. That's what my tongue is doing. Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't hurt too much, it's a little bit numb. I didn't have to attack these wolves, I just decided I want to. Actually, why did I want to? I get no value out of it. I don't level up my punches. For a moment, I thought that blood splatter in the top left there was smoke coming over a ridge. I'm like, ooh, maybe there's smoke coming from Swindler's Den. Nope. I was just seeing something else. I'm feeling the fuzzies. Starting to feel the fuzzies. Feeling nice and warm. Alright, so Swindler's Den, we're coming here because Silverhand. Yep, there's... Oh, that was just an elk. Did anyone else see it, like, kind of drop down from the sky? Yeah, oh. Gorgeous game. Best game ever. 10 out of 10. Game of the year 2021. This game did not come out in 2021, by the way. But that does mean we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary, aren't we? This year, Skyrim turns 10. Now, something worth checking. Since we've decided we kind of want to use Werewolf. Yeah, so Beast Form is not currently active. Make sure Fire Breath is. Before we go into this, let's take another sip of our mead. Love that burn. That's the Chipotle burn. Alright, cast the spell, you get aggroed. Aha, blocked just in time. Yeah, it's already been 10 years. Ooh, hawk feathers. We had the discussion about hawk feathers last time. Those are more useful than just cure disease potions. But also, they're useless to me because I'm a werewolf and therefore have beast blood and therefore have 100% disease resistance. So, I don't know why I carry those. But into Swindler's Den we go. We will recognize this dungeon. It is one of the earliest dungeons you will likely do in the game. And it's also a dungeon I've already done in this playthrough. So doubly so, this is gonna be familiar.
That's it? That's all you've got?
Oh, hell yeah. That was kind of epic. The way I just, like, blocked to slow down time and was just like, whoop. Miss me. Isn't there usually 2 guys in here? Oh, you're a werewolf too, Mix Max? Nice, nice. Not seeing much good loot around here. I swear there's usually 2 guys right here. But maybe when they respawn the enemies for the Silver Hand, they kind of... You know, they kind of despawn some of them, maybe? I don't know. By the way, I didn't mention this on... What day was it? Saturday. I didn't mention this on Saturday when I was streaming Crusader Kings. But, one of my favorite indie musicians just dropped a song on Saturday that is basically a Crusader Kings song. It's pretty good. Oh, thank you for the host, Makoto. Yeah, it's a pretty good song. I didn't play it on stream. I forgot to mention it on stream. I'm probably not going to play it on this stream. But it is a good song. Where is this enemy? Where did you come from? Man, my blocks are so good now. Look at that. I'm basically taking no damage. Now, these may be slightly lower level enemies. But I swear I was having more trouble with the Silver Hand in, like, the first Silver Hand dungeon. Then again, I'm pretty sure the Silver Hand in this game are basically... they're a special enemy type, where they can be of a certain number of levels, but their name will not change. Like Draugr have their name change a lot when they're higher levels. I see a mage. Yeah, higher level Draugr will change their names. Same goes for bandits and Forsworn and even dragons. Like, dragons are a common enough enemy in this game that they have leveled names. The only ones that don't, well, not the only ones that don't, but among the ones that don't are the Silver Hand. They will have their level vary they are leveled to you. And I think their level can go pretty high. Yeah, no matter what their level is, they're just called Silverhand. Unlike Bandit Plunderer or Draugr Reaver or whatever. Are there Draugr Reavers? Is that something I'm misremembering? Maybe I'm mixing up Ghoul Reaver from Fallout with Draugr Reaver. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Or just Draugr in general. Yeah, this cave is one of the earlier caves you'll do in the game. I mean, it's for a side quest that a lot of people will just put off. Understandably so, because it's a little bit out of the way. But you can usually get some decent loot out of it. Not to mention it's just another early game opportunity that has some relatively low-level enemies to level up your skills, which is important in this game. So, yeah, I usually do this quest fairly early on. Well, the quest that's associated with this dungeon. Yeah, I usually do this quest fairly early on, which is why it's one of the dungeons I've done the most in my life. So, yeah. That also means I've already read the book. But looks like everything in the dungeon is respawned for the most part, you know. I mean, they replace the enemies with new ones. But all the loot's here again, so that's good. There's not gonna be an enemy up here. I can barely see. Let's cast Candlelight. No good loot here. Watch out for the bear traps. Those bear traps are funny because sometimes I will make enough noise in this fighting room to draw people out from like back there or something, or even just the ones up here, and they will just walk over these bear traps and either die or take a lot of damage. Yeah, that's pretty much how this game goes, Mix Maxes. You will just absolutely forget what is going on with the main story. Alright, I was wondering if we'd have Silverhand. Looks like we still do. Oh, here's the leader. I'm gonna use Fire Breath on you, and because it's a magical thingy, you seem... Oh, you're not that tough. Come on. Oh, he does have healing, though. The game did give him that. Hell yeah. Now, what skill was that just leveled up? Was it heavy armor or something? Maybe it was block. Yeah. Now, it looks like it was just the two of you. Oh, I didn't want that rabbit haunch. Let's go. Let's just eat it. Okay, now the chest we came here for, which has our quest item. Because all quest items are just in chests. That's just how the game works. Not all of them. Some of them are like actually on tables or enemies or whatnot, but a lot of these randomly generated ones are. There's a fragment of Wuthrad that we came for. Let's see. Ooh. That's not that great. I'm pretty sure... Actually, I'm pretty sure we had this exact same shield for, like, the start of the game. Maybe the enchantment was a little bit weaker back then. And I'm not going to take that. Oh! We hit the jackpot. So, what we just got is apparel, yeah. First of all, this is just good if you were doing any sort of alchemy in this game. This is a great enchantment to have. We're not doing alchemy. We may or may not already know this enchantment, but if we don't know the enchantment, it's just something we can disenchant, boost our enchanting skill. If we do know the enchantment, this is a weight 1 to 500, so ooh. Now the other thing we got, which is really poggers, are these. I don't think we have anything with the smithing enchantment, which means hell yeah, we have it now. Now that there's kind of two ways I could go about having this enchanted gear for the smithing. I could just keep it and not disenchant, because I'm pretty sure... Oh, hey, Morphe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if we disenchant... then I can't power up with a more powerful enchantment. Basically what I'm saying is I don't think I can craft anything with a better overall skill improvement than 15%. Number two, I don't think we're really that concerned about improving weapons and armor yet. We will towards the late game, but right now I think I'd rather just save my resources for doing other stuff that will level up my smithing. So, but either way, that's a good find. I don't care about the fragment of Wuthred. That was some good loot. And back out. We'll probably make it back to Whiterun before the day is over. This is a relatively short trek. Yeah, like honestly, the quest associated with Swindler's Den, I just do it. Like, it's one of those quests that I'll just do before I even leave Whiterun Hold, to, like, you know, once you're done with the early game and have basically finished up with Whiterun, very often people will just, you know, run off to whatever city happens to have the guild that they want to do. So what was I talking? Oh yeah, when I hit Whiterun, I'll usually grab I'll usually just grab this quest and do it before I leave. 'Cause I don't know, back in the day when I was a lot more into fast traveling, therefore having to travel long distances in game would just kind of felt like a hassle. So back in those days, I would kind of put off the quest until much later. But these days, I'm so used to just walking from place to place, just because how I enjoy the game, that that's really not that long of a trek for me. It's not even to Rorikstead, which is relatively close by. Rorikstead is also an interesting place, as in, I will visit it at some point, but I usually don't visit it, like, early on. Despite how close it is to Whiterun, and how early in the game it's mentioned, like, in the very first cutscene of the game, when everyone's going off to the chopping block, is, like, Lokir of Rorikstead. the horse thief guy, he, yeah, like, basically the game is mentioning to you at the very start of the game, like, hey, here's the name of a place that might be interesting to you. Oh, we got the old orc event. Oh, nice. I don't have a companion with me, but I think we can take him. Yeah, but during that cutscene, basically, that's the game's way of telling you this is a place of interest, Rorikstead. But I really don't hit it up that soon. So you're just wearing leather gear, have iron equipment. Yeah, I can take you on.
If you are not here to grant me a good death, then you can leave.
No. Perhaps I can give you that death.
Are you sure about this?
Yep, let's go.
We shall see.
Come on. Okay, he is a little tough. I maybe underestimated him a tiny bit.
It's nothing.
Okay, you're a bit painful. Fast healing. At some point, my enchanted armor, not enchanted armor,
I'll show you a real fight.
my stone flesh spell is going to wear off.
You can't win.
I'm trying to catch him in a slow-mo with my block. I also kind of am spamming the block a bit because with a swordsman, it is a lot harder to read their attack and block in time. Nope, actually I should use Fire Breath again. Because that gets on... Oh, that was close. That kind of gets on a little bit of damage over time. Which, yeah, I'm just gonna cheese you around this rock, dude. Ha 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 ha! Can't get me.
I'll show you what a real orc can do.
Oh, he outsmarted me. Come on. Hell yeah! Alright, let's get a few punches in. Oh, he is not attacking me. Big mistake. He just gave me a few free attacks. What you gonna do? Come on, use a power attack. Oh!
Oh well, must have run off.
Well, I underestimated him. Good thing, yeah, I dropped a save. Alright, let me take a little bit more mead. Oh, that's good stuff. That is good stuff. Alright, time to beat the crap out of you. For real this time.
I am waiting for a good death.
Now I have to...
Malika,
Yeah,
as you can
just
see,
skip
it is
the
not
dialogue. Perhaps I'll give you
Are
the
you
death.
sure about
Yep,
this?
we're round 2, buddy.
shall see.
Round 2. Stun you with the shout. Get some damage over time, and you're gonna start giving me death by 1,000 cuts. Because even when I block his attacks, I still take damage. Ha!
If you are not here to grant me a good death,
I'm a corpse, buddy. Ooh. Werewolf? 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 No. Werewolf. Damn it. Alright. Stone flesh. I should use potions.
if you are not here to grant me a good death, then you can leave. Are you sure about this? We shall see.
Alright, let's go. Punchy punch. Basically, I can't let him get too many attacks in. That's what I've been waiting for.
Time to finish this.
Hell yeah, get a few side jabs in. Alright, stone flesh again.
I'll show you
Oh! Oh, pain, 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 pain. Let's cast healing. Bruh! You can't use the force. That's cheating. Okay.
If you are not here to grant me a good death, then you can leave.
I'm getting stubborn now. I'm going to kill you.
Perhaps. Are you sure about this? We shall see.
Hell yeah, a few punches before he even draws his sword. Why is this shout unequipped? Why can't I not use it? Is the game just breaking? The game is just bugged, probably. There we go. Yep, the game was bugging out. It likes to do that. I have not seen... Oh! Ooh! Ooh! No. Okay. I need potions. Potions, 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 potions. Am I really gonna waste these potions on an old orc? Hell yeah. Yeah, no, he's not allowed to use the force. Like... Hahaha, you can't sprint. I'm out of stamina. Just keep walking. Keep going. Ow, 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 ow. There's a murderer behind me. There's a murderer behind me. Cheese him on the rock. Hey, hey. AI, come back here. Get over here. Oh crap, he runs. What the fuck was that?
Well, must have run off.
You're not allowed to do that, dude. I had like almost full health. He just one-shot me. How do you do that? Like, I assume maybe it was like a critical hit? I don't know. Like, I definitely could have taken that. Alright, let's get out court piece number 2. Because that was bugging me. Let's drink a bit of actual water, though. I'm feeling a bit dehydrated. Yep, this is a new boss. This is, the second coming of that one bandit we spent probably 45 minutes trying to kill.
If you are not here to grant me a good death, then you can leave.
I'll be honest here.
Perhaps.
Whatever death you get, you will absolutely deserve, because Malakath would be proud of how much of a dragon you're how much of a fight you're putting up right now. Sorry, I was also reading Mixmax's comment as I was saying that, and my brain just read dragon and said it out loud. That's what I want. That run, 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 run. Yeah, he's fighting me for the... he's right behind me! He has no mercy! Can't I just, like, yield to him and say, no, 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 I'm not gonna be the good death. I will not, you cannot... I cannot best you in this fight, but I also don't want to die. Yeah, that was not part of the deal here, dude. When I'm like, hey, I could grant you good death. No, the deal was, you're allowed to die. But you didn't say if I lost you would die. No, wait, what? No, what I'm saying is before this encounter, we did not discuss that me not being able to grant him a good death would mean my death. Okay, that was not part of the discussion. I was just like, hey, bruh, I could kill you if you want. And he's like, okay, I'll put up a fight. But no, he's actually going for the throat. Can't I just tap out here, buddy? Okay, let's do this again.
If you are not here to grant me a good death, then you can leave. Perhaps. Are you sure about this? We shall see.
Maybe get a few power attacks in there, but I really don't like power attacking. Oh shit! With the fist. Because it uses up stamina, takes longer than it takes to punch with your fists. No, no! Oh, was I too much for you? Was I too much for you? Did you chicken out? He chickened out. Yeah, this is Shaggy at 0.1% power.
Perhaps. Are you sure about this? We shall see.
Please don't have regen to your health. You didn't regen your health, you stupid idiot! I need to run under the bridge. Lucky hit. No, no, no. This is all skill, dude. And you are trapped under the bridge. Ha 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 ha. What's that? You want to attack me? No. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, big mistake. Should not power attack me, bro. That hurts you. And a bit of shout. Ooh, this is looking good, chat. This is looking good. Maybe. No, 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 no. I was stuck. I was stuck. I was stuck. I was stuck. Run, keep running, keep running, keep running. Through the rock. Okay. We're gonna drop a save here because I think we're in a good position right now, and I don't want to lose all this progress just because I make one mistake and die. Oh, he took a swing. Okay, I'm now at full health. Remember, I've got fire breath. Thank you for the follow, Dolphin Burb. Okay, I'm gonna take you on right here, buddy. Run! Shit. That's why we dropped the save. That's... Keep it going, though. Keep it... What? I leveled up my sneak. I guess I'll take it. Don't know why sneak got leveled up, but I'll take it. Because this is not exactly what you would consider a stealth game. Okay, well at least I have time to heal while he figures out how to get around this rock. Oh, he's confused. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Am I juking you out, bud? Okay. No, no. Fire breath. Don't turn your back to him, I say as I turn my back to him.
I'll show you what a real orc can do.
Can you though? Can you really? Let's drop another save. Come on, come on. Don't know why I want to engage him just yet. Apparently I do. I almost didn't get out of the way of that one because I was being dumb. And thinking I'd get creative, and down he goes. But I do hear mud crabs. It would be so annoying if I was able to kill him finally after all this time, and mud crabs killed me. Okay, there we go. Now, which way to Whiterun? We're still headed to Whiterun. This way to Whiterun. Look at those mammoths. Look at how cool they are. Mammoths are pretty poggers. They're pretty nice. Don't mind me just enjoying the Skyrim climate. Feeling pretty warm right now, so that's just what this is gonna be. Why not fast travel? Because it's not that far. It is not that far. You can see Whiterun right there. Plus, fast traveling cuts out the entire experience of the journey of getting back there. You're just clicking a button to play less of the game. Of course, that's just me. I'm not saying don't use fast travel. I'm not saying it's not useful. But for me, that's not the experience that I want. If I were to fast travel too frequently, I would be actively not doing what I chose to play Skyrim for. The experience. These moments of quiet in between when you're walking from one destination to the other. There's nothing, no enemies. Occasionally you run into enemies, but no enemies. Not really much civilization either. I mean, you can see it right there, but just you and the landscape. That's why you play Skyrim. For those moments. Nice, okay. Yeah, I collected corundum and iron because iron is super useful, and corundum is super useful. Not as useful as iron, but you still need quite a bit of it. But back to Whiterun, more specifically back to the companions, and I believe I'd get paid to turn in this quest. And then we'll kind of see where the world takes us. We might just hurry up the companions. Oh, I love this soundtrack. How do I find all those ore veins? I don't know. I just keep an eye out for them. Now, it was only the one dungeon, but we could still totally have stuff worth selling. The question is, do the shops have any money for it? Have they regened their stock yet? Because it might not even have been a full in-game day. Alright, into Jorrvaskr we go. We brought another fragment of Wuthrad. And... hello, Ale.
I've been running into... Have you been bringing the battle to the Silver Hand, friend? I wish I could be there with you. Soon enough. Another piece of glory. Good work, Shield Sisters. I've been hearing rumors of Silver Hand activity. One of them is holed up in Eastmark. Run fast, my friend.
Sorry for the distracting noise. I just have my bag of gummy worms that I had from Friday's stream. So, figured this would be another good stream to start finishing those off. Map. Journal. That's what I want. So, where is this Silverhand leader? I swear I'm tasting blood. If not blood, it's like sensitive. Yeah. Let's hydrate. Hydrate with some water. Thank you for that, Maru. Let's stick our water right here. Yeah, this is a cave I don't remember. I've most definitely done this cave at least once in my life. But I don't think it's one that I do every playthrough, so this could be interesting. This could be a dungeon we've never done before. And yeah, we're just gonna go do that. It's not too far. It's a bit of a journey. But it's also a journey into another one of the most beautiful parts of Skyrim. So, before we do anything, remember, before we do any selling or anything whatsoever, we need to disenchant, because that will learn us enchantments, and make sure we don't sell off anything that has an enchantment that we want. Does that make sense?
When the Empire surrendered to the All-Merry Dominion, they shamed us all.
Did they now?
I have a lot of respect for the Restoration School. Skyrim could use more healers.
Hell yeah, everyone could use more healers. Too bad I'm really only a heal myself kind of person. What is that? Ooh. Okay, I think I just got an email with some important information. Be sure to check out our VTubers of the week, by the way, Ghosty Toast and Coffin Cuddles. Yeah, I think I know precisely what that email is. But I'm a little anxious to read it. I'll finish up this enchanting stuff and then I'll check my email real quick. Okay, so let's disenchant the least expensive sword. Heavy armor. Yep, disenchant those. Awesome. Okay, now, drop a save. I'm going to use my phone for this, so my tracking is going to freeze temporarily. Let's see. Honestly, no. That's not the email I thought it was going to be. Okay, let's just close out my email app. Bring back VTube Studio. Okay. Sorry, folks. I thought I was gonna learn my departure time for when I'm going to eventually depart for my upcoming job this towards the end of this year. But no, they've still neglected to tell me that. They just were informing me of a like. Oh wait, no. We want to see if we have anything to enchant. No, they still have yet to inform me, even though I don't have soul gems. Even though they did tell me that like they did indicate they would give a 2 months notice before your departure, but it's now past that 2 month notice for the first departure date. So either I'm not in that departure group. By the way, look at how beautiful this game is. Yeah, they've either completely neglected to tell me, or their neglect to telling me means I'll be in that second departure group. But yeah, it's weird. I forgot to sell to...
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
So, for Streamlabs, are you making, a... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter if you're using, like, a live 2D model that'll use, like, Vtube Studio or something, or if you're using a, Vroid Studio model. Either way, what you do is you open up the program, either VTube Studio or Vroid Studio or whatever, and have your model all loaded and everything like that. And then you add it to Streamlabs as a game capture source. So, at least that's the way it is with VTube Studio. I would assume it's kind of the same way with Vroid Studio. Yeah. Have it as a game capture on Streamlabs. And then whatever solid background you're using for your model. So I use green screen. I think a number of people use green or solid blue, you know, colors that are relatively easy to key out. And then you just add an effect to, you add an effect from, it's like you right click on the browser, on the game source, add effects, and then you can add a brand new effect that's chroma key, and then you just key out the color that your background is, and then voila, you have a transparent background like mine. Hopefully that makes sense. If not, I believe you are in our Discord server, Mixmax, and there is a channel on that server for basically asking and getting responses to stream advice. So yeah, if I was a little bit unclear, you can just ask in that channel, and either I or someone else will probably respond to it later, because it might just be easier to have in writing what you're supposed to do. Because it sounds like it's a lot of steps, but it really isn't. This game. The feeling of the drugs flowing through my body. The lighting of this game. And the hot spiciness of the mead flowing down my throat was just great. Oh, that was a good feeling. Not sure where Adrian is. I guess she's inside the shop. Well, her husband is, and that's what matters.
Smoke. Take a look.
Yeah, I think we'll sell that. There might be a use for it if we were to switch over to Orcish, which might be an upgrade from Dwarven gear. That is a useful enchantment to have, and it's better than anything I could currently enchant. But I think for now it's just weighing me down. What is my current helmet at? 60. So yeah, it wouldn't be an upgrade either way, because I can't physically upgrade it. Alright.
Good doing business with you.
Let us head out to the next shop. Okay, is Adrian outside at all? No, she's not. Where is she? Not sure why I need to know where she is anyway, because I'm not going to sell anything more weapon-wise. I love this game. This is the reason Special Edition looks so much better than the original. They just added like better lighting effects. Like, and I guess slightly upgraded a few of the textures, but the textures are still pretty low res. But really, they just put effort into a good lighting engine, and all of a sudden the game is just agelessly pretty. You just get these moments. This is not added by any mods, this is just the game. The game is doing this. I love this game. But no, we still have to talk to Farengar before shops close, because he is the only person left in town with... No, I don't want the plate. He's the only person left in town. Where's the plate? Oh, plate. That will still buy, like, my jewelry and stuff.
I think you'll appreciate this.
And that stuff is way... I have neglected to wear the Amulet of Zenithar throughout doing this, but... it's not that big a deal. Sure, it would be more efficient to have the Amulet of Zenithar equipped, but honestly, money is not that hard to come by in the game. I'm just missing out on a few coins, that's it.
You're looking at a real warrior. At least I used to be.
If you need potions, you should try Arcadia's corn.
Pretty sure Vignar Greymane becomes the Thane, not the Thane, the Jarl of Whiterun, if you side with the Stormcloaks and depose Balgruuf. I'm pretty sure Vignar is his replacement. So... what next? I think that's it. Oh, fast healing? Once you've leveled up your restoration enough in-game, then various shops that carry spell books, like Farengar up at Dragon's Reach is one of those shops. You will then be able to buy the fast healing spell off of him. Or, if you get lucky, you could just find a fast healing spell laying around in a dungeon and not have to buy it. I guess I still kind of want to dump out my inventory before we move on. Because I do have a few, like, iron and corundum and stuff. That's really just weighing me down. Alright, that's it. I think we're good to go. Just hit the road. So far we got to experience the beauty of, you know, Skyrim morning, Skyrim midday, Skyrim evening. So let's wrap out the game. Not the game, but wrap out the experience with Skyrim Night. Skyrim Night, I think, has its own tranquility to it. I mean, obviously there's random encounters you can run into on the road that don't make it all that tranquil all the time. But, you know, like, you can kind of think when you're on the road and far away from other civilization in the game. You can kind of think back to what people in Whiterun are probably doing right now. There'll be guards on the street, a lot of people checking into the inn at night, just parting off a long, hard days of work with mead and other drinks and singing. You know, they kind of have a place to cozy into for the night. But for us, we're out on the road. Almost alone. But not alone. You kind of feel envy for the people that are warm inside. Ooh, an assassin? No, that's Talskar the Wanderer. Yeah, you know, you kind of envy those people that get to sit by a warm hearth and drink and eat to their heart's content, as long as their pockets aren't empty by the time the night's over. You know, they get to have that comforting, cozy experience that you're missing out on. But also, you're missing out, they're missing out on what you're experiencing. You're experiencing the wilderness at night, the cool, chill breeze biting into your face, making it chill to the bone. Then you feel a warmth. But wait, that's not the warmth of day. And it's a wolf breathing right behind you before it bites your neck. No, but yeah, you know, it's like they're missing out on your experience just as much as you're missing out on theirs. God, that's heavy. Once you defeated a dragon after multiple attempts, then a mud crab decided to come and kill you, and you had to try and kill the dragon again. Yep, that happens. That will happen. You know, you exhaust yourself during a long, difficult boss fight to where you win, but you win with just like a fraction of a health bar, and then some normal basic enemy that you should be able to take on kills you. That, or it's a really, really tough high-level mud crab that you just got unlucky and ran into, because that happens too. Sometimes you'll run into mud crabs that are more difficult to kill and do a lot more damage than bosses. Sometimes. This is the night tranquility I was talking about, by the way. Just the world's asleep. Well, not yet. It's only 9:21. But pretty soon, most of the world will be asleep. And yet we're out here, still very much awake and aware. Because you have to be aware and on the top of your game if you're going to be traveling alone at night at all. Because anything could happen to you. We've got Masser up in the sky, kind of lighting our way. And we head over this ridge, and this is basically essentially where we are is the no turning away point. There's not that much civilization between, you know, Whiterun and Windhelm, which is probably going to be the closest place you can get to from here. Like, I guess Iverstead is over here a little bit, but that's a little bit out of the way. Sure, Darkwater Crossing would be the closest between Windhelm or anything else. But overall, you're kind of just completely on your own out here. Besides little pockets of bandits that are hiding out in caves or ruins or what have you. You're alone on this journey. And if we wanted to, if we needed to seek shelter and turn in for the night, this is where we do it. We come across a ruin, relatively recently lived in, and if you are the Dragonborn, you know for a fact that you have already killed everyone that used to be residing here, so you don't need to worry about them. You know, it's relatively lived in, relatively easy to move into, and you will likely find maybe 1 or 2 beds that you could just use to turn in for the night, or even just any sort of shelter whatsoever to just lay down your bedroll. This is where you would do that. At this point, we are making the no turning back decision of we're not going back to Whiterun tonight. And I'm not settling down for the night. I'm going to keep going. That's what this experience is right here. As you crest this hill, there's no turning back.
Sit up, straight son. I'm worried about you.
Hello, Hatchet. I will adjust my posture and hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, friend. Yeah, I just got really deep there with, it's just a game, Haru. It's just a game. It doesn't mean that much. Please don't drown me. I'm not a fish tuber. I was feeling chills there. I just need to chill out. It's not that deep. It's really not that important. You're the Dragonborn. And if you needed to, you could settle down for the night at, like, a cave or a giant's camp. Like, first you'd have to clear out the giants and kill the mammoths, but I'm pretty sure the mammoths would make fluffy beds for the night. How far away is this dungeon? Oh, not that far. By the way, how many of you been playing the new MTG set? The Forgotten Realms, the D&D set. I've been having fun with it. It adds some interesting cards, and I honestly don't think too many of the cards in the set are, like, overpowered. A lot of the cards are good. A lot of the cards are very good. And might be format warping. Well, that's the thing. I don't think there are any format warping cards in this set either. Like, you might run into the occasional deck that tries to go all in on some of these cards. But for the most part, I think they're just going to be added to already existing decks and get sprinkled in. Also, isn't the Forgotten Realms going to be a rotation? If I'm misremembering when rotation happens. But that might be when some of the other sets rotate out, like Eldraine. Eldraine absolutely warped everything. There's so many busted cards in that set. And even among the cards that were not so busted that they got thrown out. Oh, I've definitely done this cave a lot of times. Even the cards that aren't so busted that they had to be banned, Cough Cough Oko, though, like, even the other stuff was just, like, super good. Okay, you're gonna be tough. So I do need to watch out for you, but I would also really like to take on the archer, because now the great thing about his two-handed weapon is I can definitely block before he attacks if I see he's about to attack. There we go, he's down. The archer is dealing a lot of damage to me. Let's switch over to healing. Now, if I block his arrows, they do basically no damage. Also, don't forget I can bash. Bashing is basically a guaranteed stun. It does not do too much damage, therefore it is relatively safe in terms of I basically am mostly supposed to use just punches during combat. Okay. There's an iron ore vein. Let's do a bit of mining. Hopefully this won't be too loud and attract the others to me. Alright, we are still incognito. Alright. Get another stone flesh ready to cast. And let's move into the next fight. Yeah, I guess this is a dungeon that I have done multiple times. I'm surprised I got this close. I am surprised they did not notice me before that happened. Like, before I got as close as I did. Thwack you? Alright, you see, in this case, it's the archer that is a lot tougher than the two-handed person, but again, this guy went down pretty easily. I have read that book. Orcish bow. I wonder if that's the highest level bow we've found so far in the game. We're starting to really often run into orcish stuff. Hello, Pink Ice Phoenix. So, yeah, we're starting to run into orcish stuff, which is pretty neat. I would like to, if possible, craft my orcish gear myself, rather than just find orcish gear and improve it. Yeah, I did! It's so cool. I hit 2 milestones in one day, and I am just very happy. I'm very happy with it, and proud of myself, and so grateful to all of you for your continued support, and just, like, I think this is the best milestone I've hit so far, in terms of just, like, what it means to me. But, anyway. Why did I take that? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. What did I take that I was mad at myself for? Well, I don't know if I was mad at myself. But I took something. What did I take? Books? Maybe I didn't take it. Oh, that's why the petty soul. Yeah, I dropped the petty soul gem. Yep, that's why they are carrying those mix-max. It's like they think of lycanthropy as a disease that they want to stop themselves from catching. And that's also why they have the hawk feathers on them. What's kind of interesting is you'll mostly see Vigilance of Stendarr hunting werewolves. Not werewolves, I mean vampires. You'll mostly see when you are walking on the road, if you run into Vigilance of Stendarr and they're fighting something, very more often than not, it is going to be vampires. That was added by the Dawnguard DLC, and because that DLC focused entirely on vampires, like, it did give werewolves a vamp over, but mostly the DLC was about vampires. Come on, then. Let me kill you. There you go. Yeah, but with... You would think that people that specifically hunt after Daedra and Daedra worshippers would consider werewolves to be in that, yeah, just like considering... What am I talking about? I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Oh, right, because, like, you would think if you'd consider vampires to be abominations and Daedra worshippers, that werewolves would also fit into that category. But no, apparently the Vigilants of Sendar really only care about the vampires. This guy is being tough. Well, I'm not a Nord! I'm a cat. You're being annoying, because he's using a war axe, which deals a lot of damage, but moves too fast for me to be able to read his movements. Okay, fast healing. I think a mace might be just low enough that I can really read their movements, but war axes move pretty fast. I don't think I've played as a character that uses war axes. Because whenever I play as a character that uses, like, one-handed or two-handed weapons, there's the different attack speeds, right? And so basically, either you're going for very high damage with slow attack, so a mace or a warhammer, or you're going for very high attack speed for relatively low damage, so a greatsword or a sword. But I very rarely find myself playing as characters that specialize in axes, either one-handed or two-handed, because they're kind of middle ground. They're very cool looking, but they are kind of middle ground. Like, they deal slightly higher damage, but not the highest amount of damage. But they're slightly slower, but they're not the slowest. Hello, Pirate Islander. So... yeah, like, I will very rarely play a specialized character that uses any kind of axe. Which is a shame, because the axes in the game are pretty cool looking. Axes are pretty cool in general. And also, the reason why you would specialize in something besides just the combat style of each of them is because there are specific perks related to the type of weapon that you use. So if you specialize in swords, you get bonus crit chance, which I think is pretty decent. I hear some people don't really like it, but I think it's pretty good. Bonebreaker is very good for a mace user. And hack and slash is just kind of, you know, bleed damage, okay. It's not the best thing, it's not the worst thing. And it's the same thing if you go in two-handed, so if you go battle axes cause bleeding damage, great swords have crit chance, and warhammers ignore armor. So, yeah, like, that's the reason you would specialize in a type of one-handed or two-handed weapon in this game. In Oblivion, I'm pretty sure the way that worked was different. I'm pretty sure in Oblivion, It was basically just if you... In Oblivion, it was focused on the type of weapon. It didn't care whether the weapon was one-handed or two-handed. Like, obviously, the game cared for how fast the weapon was and, like, how your character holds it. But it doesn't care in terms of skill. So in this game, if you specialize in one-handed and you mostly use swords, then you will come across a greatsword and not be as good with the greatsword as you are with the sword. Because as much as you know swords, you don't know two-handed swords. But in Oblivion, that doesn't matter. If you have trained in swords at all, that means you have both trained in two-handed and one-handed. So that's just interesting fact from a person who actually hasn't played that much Oblivion in their life. Oh, my shout's broken. And these guys look like they're going to be tough, or at least one of them does, this guy. And he's going to be hard because he's using a sword, and therefore has a pretty quick attack pattern. I should use my stun more often, especially against swordsmen. If they're hard to read for blocking... Yeah, so Elder Scrolls 6. Yes. Short answer is yes. There is an Elder Scrolls that is being made that is going to come out at some point in the future. The long answer is Bethesda, for a very long time, essentially just took a break on anything Elder Scrolls were related. Like, sure, they kind of focused a little bit on the Elder Scrolls Online, but for the most part, that was ZeniMax Studios. And because Elder Scrolls Online is still being developed and still getting expansions, which is pretty neat that's been supported this long, but also just like that's taking a lot of resources away that could be making the Elder Scrolls 6. But again, like I said, it's ZeniMax Studios, not Bethesda Game Studios, so it's not giving Bethesda much extra stress to have ESO running. But no, Bethesda themselves were very focused for a time around Fallout 76, because that was essentially, they were like, well, we want to make another Elder Scrolls Online because that game has been very successful. There seems to be a lot of benefit in the online market, never mind the fact that we ourselves as a company have built a reputation for designing very high quality single player games with single player experiences. That seems a bit too generous. No. It's not coming out November 2022. I think that might be Starfield that comes out then. Because, yeah, no. Elder Scrolls 6 has not been in development long enough for that to be their release date. Basically, yeah, Bethesda kind of had ideas of tapping into other markets that weren't necessarily part of their already existing fan base of loyal fans, well, mostly loyal fans. They're capitalist. It's a money-making, you know... It's all about making money and tapping into other markets and, like, essentially squeezing out more than just one market of gamers. But from a company standpoint, it's not a terrible move to try and tap into like the multiplayer market and the mobile game market, based on the successes of Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout Shelter, respectively. It makes sense that they would really want to tap into those other markets. Because they also had the Elder Scrolls Blades that came out recently that also took away from development that could go to very possibly the most important game that Bethesda will have made since Skyrim. Because since Skyrim, Bethesda came out with Fallout 4. That was then a major test for them, because they had to essentially make a new Fallout game, because it had been a while since they did a Fallout game. Make a good Fallout game that will be an upgrade from their most recent Fallout game, Fallout 3, and also compete with the Fallout New Vegas that they themselves did not make, and therefore now have to live up to. Because it will always be associated with the franchise, you know? Gamers are... They still do care about who makes games, but they're less concerned... If they're fans of a franchise, they will be less concerned about who made a game, and rather who lived up to the name of the game. And Fallout New Vegas boosted those standards by a hell of a lot. So that means Bethesda, when they were doing their game development stuff for Fallout 4, really had a lot hinging on that. Bethesda has spent so long, it's been 10 years since Skyrim, their last major Elder Scrolls release. Not counting Elder Scrolls Blades, and not really counting Elder Scrolls 6 because that's a different studio. Not Elder Scrolls 6, I mean Elder Scrolls Online. Not counting those because they're different studios or have different gameplay. Well, both. The next proper Elder Scrolls game has a lot hinging on it, because they've had a hungry fan base for many, many years, and the most recent major project, or I guess the two most recent major projects that Bethesda has been working on, no longer satisfy people's hunger. Like, Bethesda poured so much time and resources into making Fallout 76 that basically they weren't spending any time or resources on Elder Scrolls 6. They were still riding that wave from Skyrim's release. Which is basically why Todd Howard has been porting it to every console under the sun, and why they made Special Edition. Not that Special Edition was a bad make, but essentially it was still Bethesda basically using an opportunity to say, here's how we can sell Skyrim again. Because Skyrim's been struggling in the sales, so we need to release it again. Stop it. Ooh, you're a bit tough. Nope, nope, nope. Put away the bow. Put it... No, no, no. The bow is... There we go. Draw your sword. I need to be a little bit careful. Shit. Basically, though, yeah, like... they poured so many resources into Fallout 76 because it was, to them, going to be a very major release, but also a very ambitious one. Like, they put a lot of investment into making that game that initially, and still does, have a very bad reputation. Which means, yeah, Bethesda's most recent major release had a shitty reputation, and they need to recover that. They need to make a game that will stand up to the reputation that studio has, or whatever reputation that has left, I should say. Because the fans have a bad taste in their mouth. And the most recent and basically the most recent essentially it's the fact that they have branched out so much. They branched out so much, trying to tap into so many different markets, and spent so few resources on making the next Elder Scrolls game that the fans are starving for an Elder Scrolls game. And Elder Scrolls Online can no longer sate that hunger, and Elder Scrolls Blades absolutely does not count. You know, so fans want a new, proper Elder Scrolls game, not Skyrim, and Bethesda has to stand up to that. Because sure, like, they still spent, like, essentially another reason why the Elder Scrolls 6 is getting delayed is because they have yet another ambitious project in mind, and that is the Starfield project. It's a brand new IP, so it's not a game that they're publishing. You know, it's a game that they're making and publishing, but it's a game that they themselves are making, and they're planning on it for it to be a big enough thing and a big enough franchise. They're trying to make a franchise out of it. This is their first game under that IP, is Starfield. That's another ambitious thing to do. Like, they basically had so many ambitious projects that took precedence over making a new Elder Scrolls. And I know fans are also now talking a lot about, like, Fallout 5 and stuff like that, because they're like, well, Fallout 76 didn't really count as an official Fallout release. There has to be a pattern here. They were basically making that same exact argument for why Fallout 76 shouldn't count, as they did with, you know, the Elder Scrolls Online. So, yeah, they're kind of making that same argument there. Basically, though, yeah, they need to... They've disappointed fans. They've delayed a lot of stuff that fans have been counting on and hoping for a very long time, because they had other ambitious projects that they wanted to do all at once. Which means we're now in this scenario where, like, it doesn't even matter. Starfield, I don't think, matters at all in this equation. If it's successful, fans will cheer. If it's a flop, fans will boo, but overall, like, Bethesda doesn't have enough of a reputation around this IP for it to ultimately swing fans one way or another, whether or not Bethesda is going to be worth their time anymore. Elder Scrolls 6 is that game. Because that's a game that Bethesda has held a very long-term reputation with, even longer than Fallout. Like, they basically built their reputation on the Elder Scrolls. And if the Elder Scrolls 6 is a flop, when fans have been so hungry for it because Bethesda has been so greedy and wanted to do so many new projects to dip their fingers into new markets, that fans are, like, they're starving wolves. And Bethesda has to give those starving wolves a good enough meal, or they themselves will become that meal. Because game markets have hit a very tough situation where a lot of game studios have been developing bad reputations about one thing or another. You know, Ubisoft is in hot water still, maybe kind of lukewarm water, but they have a bit of a bad reputation from the events of, like, it was, what was it, last year, maybe 2 years ago, something like that, where, you know, it had been revealed that there had been a lot of sexual assaults in their, and, like, sexism in general, in their company, that they had to, like, fire a few of the people of, like, their upper circle or whatever, but even that wasn't enough to basically put a stop to it, because those people still made money off of it. They're not properly being punished for it. The point here is a lot of previously relatively high reputation gaming companies have tarnished their reputation in a number of ways, and Bethesda is really starting to become one of those. And so the Elder Scrolls 6 has to be good. Oh, and one other thing that I forgot to mention. Bethesda is no longer independent. They're no longer their own company. They're now a part of Microsoft, or owned by Microsoft, really. Like, they still have enough independence as a studio to have the creative freedom to make their Elder Scrolls game. But they don't have the creative independence to decide where it gets released. Which means Bethesda fans have lost the PlayStation market. Not entirely. Like, they still were able to release Skyrim on like the PS3 and PS4, and that's gonna be a cross-platform with the PS5. But they will no longer have a future market with PlayStation owners and, like, the PlayStation loyal fans. Because they, you know, The Elder Scrolls 6 is very likely going to follow the same path Starfield is, in being an IP that they announced before they were bought out by Microsoft, that will now disappoint their PlayStation fans, because their PlayStation fans got their hopes up and then Microsoft bought them, and now they're saying no, you're not getting these games, you have to buy our console. Because yeah, like basically Bethesda. I know they had to do it. I know basically they were told to do it by Microsoft. And Microsoft knew what they were doing when they said that. They knew that this would basically be a stab to PlayStation, their big market competitors, and they basically are like, okay, the ball's in your court now. What are you gonna do now that we've alienated some of your followers? So pretty much, yeah, it's like, I see why they did it. I see that they had to do it. That does not make me happy that they did it. And I'm not saying this as a PlayStation fangirl. I'm saying this as a PC gamer, where I basically, you know, I grew up on consoles, but I moved over to PC because PC is, I think, a little bit more flexible and has its benefits. But because but pretty much because of this acquisition, never mind the fact that Microsoft basically owns the entire PC gaming market, because all PCs that don't use Linux use Windows, which is owned by Microsoft, and Microsoft is therefore still making money off the PC market. No, consoles are the future of gaming. So they have to push their console. So all these people that own PCs that run Windows have to are not being shown any sort of respect as a form of fan loyalty by Microsoft, because Microsoft is still like no, owning a PC is just as bad as owning a PlayStation. You have to buy our console. Basically, that's what it was with Starfield. And because that's the way it was with Starfield, that means that's the way it's going to be with the Elder Scrolls 6. Because Bethesda are not treating Starfield any differently. Okay, it's still a very important IP to them. In fact, to them, a lot hinges on this game too, because that means if they do essentially kill off the Elder Scrolls franchise with the Elder Scrolls 6, then that means they could at least go off the fan train for Starfield. Essentially, they're creating a cushion market with Starfield. But basically, yeah, you know, the Elder Scrolls 6 has a lot of importance to it. It's kind of a big deal. Fans are not looking good at Bethesda because... Oh, come on. This is... Please. Yes, okay. Yeah, I didn't want to try to find his body all the way down there. Arcing. It's gonna be electric damage. Yeah, basically just the whole fact that they're now owned by Bethesda means there's an entire... Not Bethesda, that they're owned by Microsoft gives them benefits. Like, no doubt the market has its benefits, and that means Bethesda now has the really big money cushion of Microsoft if Bethesda themselves as an entire studio flops, they can still exist because now Microsoft is basically paying for them. But that also means Bethesda themselves have essentially alienated 1.5 of their entire previous market. Basically, they've cut their previous market in half by letting themselves be sold out to Microsoft because the contract is going to have a lot of hooks. Like, for instance, you can't release games on the PS5 console, and if we're feeling like it, which we always are, we want to push our our own market even to purchase our console. It's insidious. The thing is, like, I think I've heard Starfield is going to be an initial exclusive for the Xbox and will eventually be moved to PC with like an Xbox Pass or something like that. I feel like I'm heading up the road to Iverstead. I don't want to be going to Iverstead. I want to be going to Whiterun. Yeah, it's just like, it's not a good thing. It's a good move as a company, but it just leaves a really bad taste in the mouth. And really, like, the Elder Scrolls 6 has to be something. It has to be honestly better than Skyrim. Because Skyrim was what earned Bethesda a lot of fans. Like, they had loyal fans from, like, Fallout 3 and previous Elder Scrolls games, their most recent one being Oblivion. They had a fan base. Fans weren't terribly disappointed. I mean, they were kind of disappointed with the horse armor mod. Not mod, the DLC. But overall, Bethesda had a positive reputation. Skyrim is what basically changed Bethesda's entire life. And now, with the direction Bethesda's headed with their kind of unsteady fan base, they need to stand up even more to kind of what their fans think of them. So no pressure, Bethesda. No pressure at all. Just The Elder Scrolls 6 will happen to be the most important project you have ever worked on since Skyrim. And they've only just barely started development on that game. Because however hungry the fans already are for a new Elder Scrolls game, they're gonna be even hungrier. It's kind of like, you know, when you haven't, and I'm saying this as a vegetarian too, you know how when you haven't eaten all day and you go out to like a Japanese steakhouse where, you know, they like cook the meal right in front of you. You haven't eaten anything all day. Hell, you haven't eaten anything yesterday. You've been like stressed with work or something. I don't know. But remember to eat. Remember to eat, people. This is just a hypothetical. But you haven't eaten for a long time. You finally make the time to go out and get a meal, because you're not really feeling like cooking with how little you've eaten already. You go to a Japanese steakhouse, because you'll want a lot of protein. You're going to get a steak. Again, I'm saying this as a vegetarian. You go to the Japanese steakhouse, you ask for a steak. The chef then cooks the steak however you want. But basically you're sitting there with the fumes of that meat being cooked right in front of you after having not eaten for a long time. That's what the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be to their fans. Because they've been starving us without producing this game. Now that game has very barely started production, it's like in the early production phases. We now know for a fact that it's gonna take a little bit of time for them to get there. So we're a bit ravenous. And we're gonna be even more so by the time this game eventually comes out. That was a bit of a rant. That was a little bit of a rant towards Bethesda and the Elder Scrolls 6. To sum it up, capitalism bad. But, yeah, that's the TLDR of it. I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay, so we've got a few necromancers just attacking us. Okay. Yeah, you're resurrecting your apprentice, it seems. It's a little bit painful. I hate necromancers and how they use ice magic. It seems to be like the only magic necromancers ever uses ice magic. Okay. Oh, hi, mud crab. Actually, no. I'm gonna heal before I engage you. You could be dangerous. Okay, not that dangerous. Okay, sure, why not take the robes? I know for a fact I have an enchantment already. But take them anyway, because their weight to value is still pretty good. By the way, fun fact. The waterfalls in this game look ugly. But, fun fact number 2. See these salmon that are jumping? You can catch those salmon when they're in midair. And if you catch them while they're in midair, like jumping up the waterfall, they will have on them salmon roe. They will never have it on them if you catch them just in the water. You have to catch them when they're jumping, like that. That will get you salmon roe. I don't actually know the effects of salmon roe because it's not something that I really focused on too much even when I was doing alchemy. On like a different character. But in general, it'll be important to... Yeah, like, that's how you get salmon, roe in the game. And the reason why, too, like, they thought of this. The reason why that's the case is because the reason salmon jump upstream and up the, like, up waterfalls and stuff like this right now, the reason they do that is because they're going to breed. Which is why they have roe on them, because those are fish eggs. They are going upstream to their breeding ground to breed. So yeah, that's just, they put thought into it.
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll.
No. Also, yeah, I mean, we're moving relatively quickly with this Companions Guild. Or I should say with the Companion quest line. We're moving along pretty fast with it. I'd say we should probably have... Yeah, like, as long as the randomly generated locations don't just spawn us out by, you know, way out of our way. Honestly, we might just come close to finishing up the main quest here with the companions. Which would be pretty neat, you know, we'd still have a ways to go with some other stuff, but that means we can just move on. That'd be kind of cool, because there's a lot of cities we have yet to visit in this playthrough. So far, it has only been Riften and Whiterun. We're getting pretty close to Windhelm, so that might be where we go next. But, yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, let's do our usual stuff when we get at Whiterun. We do a bit of selling, do a little bit of other stuff.
Do you hunt? The plains outside Whiterun?
Are you still working at the Bannered Mirror?
Look tired, friend. The Bannered Mirror is set forever.
Just because I'm a Greyman doesn't mean
By the way, so I don't know if any of you have experienced this, but whenever on mobile, like on iPhone, I open up the browser, specifically Safari, and just go to Google's front page, because that's 90% of what I do, like why I'm opening up the browser on my phone is to look something up. And if it's a website, I'm just looking up the name of the website and I'll click the link, like MTG Gatherer. When you're in that front page type mode, like Google, if you scroll down without typing anything in the search bar, it will have news that's relevant to you. And by news, I mean, like, you know, if Apple, I'm assuming it's Apple in this case, or maybe it's Google. Let's say it's Google. If Google knows what you're interested in, like in their records, they for the file they keep for you, they're like, okay, well, this person right here, this person, oh, they're a gamer, and they're into anime, and they're in their mid-20s, so that's all relevant to them. Give them all news that fits any of those categories. So Google stalks you and gives you catered news based on what they think your political leaning is and what sort of news might be relevant to you. So I one of those articles, and a lot of them are clickbait. Like, it'll be, oh, the top 10 things you didn't know about doing this. Number 2 will surprise you. Yeah, sometimes there'll be clickbaity articles like that. And one of them was clickbait, and therefore I clicked on it, because that's what clickbait makes you do. It was like, oh, this person... I think this was from... No, this is what it was. It was like an article titled, basically, this person found something, like, found this special thing out about Whiterun 9 years since its release. It was something along those lines, basically emphasizing the fact that, oh, this game is really old and there's still brand new things that people are discovering. First of all, I think the article is bullshit. Either someone has definitely noticed this before, or that, yeah, either it's something where someone has definitely noticed this before and pointed it out online, or it's a really old topic that a gaming news source is just resurfacing for clout. It could have been either one of those two things, but basically, I clicked on the article because I'm the sort of person that prides themselves in how well they know this game. I think I know Skyrim pretty well. Doesn't mean I don't learn new things every time I play it, but I know it pretty well. It's basically like my hometown, Skyrim. But basically, you know, I click on it because I'm like, I want to be like, oh, wahahaha, I already knew that about Whiterun because it's probably the most well-known city in the game. This is what the article is pointing out. What was the article pointing out? Wait, what? What? Wait a minute, what? I had that whole long speech and now I don't have anything to show for it. What? Wait, where? Where? Like, yeah, there's the sign and it's got a banner and a mare on it. Hang on, what? What? Okay, I've never actually investigated this for myself. I just read the article. This is why you fact check people. Maybe it's something I'd have to turn off collision for to get a better eye on. Shh, wait a minute, what? Do any of you know exactly what I was talking about? And can maybe verify me that I wasn't just hallucinating this? Basically, what I was going to point out is the article was saying something along the lines of like the buildings here, the buildings in this game, specifically the special, like, unique ones, will have this thing right here, like a design on it, a pattern. And the bannered mare was really unique because, like, there were actually horses and flags. No, bannered mare. The two things the bannered mare has in its name. That there were actually horses and flags lined up on this pattern. And now I'm seeing that they're not. So I got clickbaited. I got real clickbaited. That was a waste of my time. Yeah, it's not on the door either. That's definitely not a unique design. Why was I headed to the Banner Bear? I need to Dragon's Reach. We're gonna do the same thing we do pretty much every time we come to town. We probably picked up loot from our last location, which means it's time to flog it off. Also, I totally could probably have gone werewolf mode in that last location. It's probably a good idea not to, because I know a lot of the silver hand can be tough. And I already love how defensible I am when I don't take my stuff off. I have rank 4 Juggernaut and rank 4 block, which means my blocking and heavy armor, like, armor rating is a lot higher than it would be normally. So I'm happy with this. 371 armor rating right now with everything that we're wearing. And you've seen my effectiveness in combat with this shield. Okay, this shield blocks a lot of damage.
Divine smile on you, friend.
I probably don't... Oh yeah, I still have that I can disenchant. And again, that is something I'm not touching. I'm not gonna disenchant it. This is like the best armor I have.
It seems this... So, you wish to master the arcane?
Nope, you don't have any money.
You know, if you've got the aptitude...
Maybe I could trade him for some soul rings. That's not a terrible idea. How much? Oh yeah, I got a ton of jewelry. Yeah, I'll trade you for some soul rings. Because you definitely have filled soul rings. So, that's a lot of money. No, let's... I'm not gonna go greater. Let's just go lesser and petty, and we will be able to sell stuff back to you. I should have equipped Amulet of Zenithar. Yeah, I'll oh, actually, I can sell this back to you right now. Okay.
Remember.
Now let's get to that enchanting, because we need to get enchanting moving in the right direction. Let's enchant this. Sure, why not? 76, 83, 109. 109. 109 seems to be the highest. The reason I'm doing this, by the way, is your enchanting skill will go up based on the value of the enchantment that you're putting on the equipment. So essentially it's a function of how much the value of that equipment goes up, because your enchanting will go up if you use better soul gems, and your enchanting will go up if you use more expensive enchantments. Not more expensive, but like more valuable on the market. So they're pretty important. So you want to look for the enchantment that costs the most. Well, not cost the most. The enchantment that makes the equipment that you're interacting with cost the most. There you go. Since this is a necklace, it might be slightly different. Archery is pretty high with 956. 972. $962 is pretty good. Yeah, so 972 is the highest. That's Fortify Carry Weight. I do recall this enchantment being one of the most valuable enchantments in the game. Alright, let's do this again for the ring. So we have 302, Yeah, there are a few that are close, but none that broke 300. Okay, so that's a little bit of an increase in our enchanting skill, which is good.
To master the arcane arts.
Let me sell this stuff back to you, because, yeah, don't lose track of the fact that the reason we were doing this was twofold. We also want to boost our enchanting skill. But we also want to make money. That was... I thought we had already talked about the... I forgot to equip amulets in Arthar. God dang it. Yeah, the 3 gold's not gonna matter.
You know, if you've got the apple,
Okay. Just clear out our inventory, pretty much. We're gonna do the same thing at Bellathor's, because he might have soul rings too, and I'd be willing to trade for those.
You see those warriors from Hammerfell? If not bird swords.
So,
You'll be afraid of me too.
yeah, we've still got the companions. We're gonna do that right after this. I'm wondering, and I'm kind of hoping this will be the case. I'm wondering.
Everything's for sale.
Wait, no.
my friend.
First, Amulet of Zenithar. Equip that.
Everything.
Don't forget to change
Buy it a
back.
sister, sell her in a second. I'd even buy one of your relatives. Take a look.
What was I talking about? Common? Yeah, I'll take the commons. Grand's gonna be a bit pricey. That's it. Okay. Well, anything I can sell you? I think I'll keep those for now. Don't sell that. That is... This I can sell. Yeah. Now I'll go do a bit of enchanting. Sorry about your table. Do a bit of enchanting. And I will then be able to come back and sell him some more stuff with my enchanting, hopefully being another level higher. Because we need that to be moving in the right direction so we can improve our damage output by a lot. Essentially, endgame goal is every single piece of equipment we can enchant to improve our unarmed damage output will have the best possible enchantment I can craft with the help of a potion I find in the wild to boost that damage output. Every other enchantment will be maybe boosting heavy armor in the hopes that can also squeeze out a little bit of damage, and if not, will at least boost my damage, will at least boost my defensibility. And then we worry about basically health and magicka. Probably more health than magicka. So we can do not much more enchanting for us to do as it happens. Yeah, let's do... I don't know. I want to do this one. So we know for a fact it's going to be carry weight. That was a nice boost. And do you again. Carry weight. Boom. Already sold to you, Farengar, so we'll head back down to Belthor. So the reason for doing this is, yeah, we're basically boosting our enchanting as much as possible because if you're focusing at all on any non-combat skill, such as smithing, enchanting, alteration, like, and speech. I guess pickpocket and lockpicking too. Like, those are the non-combat skills, as in skills that will basically not go up at all whatsoever in the middle of combat, which means you have to essentially pick a lifestyle. Like, what are the things your character does when they're not fighting for their life? Are they an enchanter, a smith, an alchemist? Like, what? So, yeah, it gives you... It's essentially picking what you're going to devote in-game time to that's not combat. Some people pick nothing. Some people are just like, oh, I'll use console commands to spawn in the best stuff, or I'm good enough at the game where I don't need to just craft everything, which is totally valid. There's things like that. But essentially, the thing with Skyrim is... essentially, it means you have to take breaks from time to time to do those, essentially, chores to keep your non-combat skills leveling up with you. Anyway. Oh, I was going to Belthor, wasn't I? We should do that before he closes.
The guards in this city are all lazy, undisciplined. Things need to change.
Yeah, he becomes the new steward if Balgruuf is deposed.
Here. Give a holler if you have any questions. Everything's for... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Okay, so... Also, do not forget to switch back over to... this. Don't forget to switch back over that, and also don't sell it. Sell this. I cannot sell that. Don't sell that! Honestly, yeah, let's just sell this, and also sell that. So you're almost out of money. Remember to switch over to this one. So now my health is increased by 33 points. That's the important one. That's a good boost. It's an even better boost than the Galder Amulet Fragment, which only boosts it by 30. And now, again, pretty evening lights. It's not evening, it's afternoon, but the sun is setting. Let's go talk to our werewolf friends. This game is good.
Have you been bringing the battle to the Silver Hand, friend? I wish I could be there with you. Soon enough. Excellent. Looks like you've really driven them into hiding. Keep this up. We'll wipe them out yet.
Alright.
And there is more work to be done. But I fear that Kodlak got wind of our recent efforts. He's asked
Yep.
to see you. My advice, always be honest with the old man. But don't tell him anything he doesn't need to know.
Blood's Honor. Yep, so we've now done enough quests. Also, you can see we're slowly reconstructing Wuthrad. See a few more pieces there. Yeah, so Kodlak, the Harbinger of the Companions, who's not the leader, but he's kind of like our guiding voice. He's got wind of the fact that we're kind of taking the fight to the Silver Hand, and he might be concerned that we're drawing too much attention to ourselves. We'll see. Whose room is this? And can I have these fire salts? I shouldn't. But I also should. We'll leave them for now. Okay, Codlac, what is it you want?
Thank you for coming. Yes, young man. Have a seat.
Ah, yes, this guy likes you to sit down for talks. Nope, put that away.
I hear you've been busy of late.
That pie is vibing. I feel you, pie. So, yeah, honestly, this is a bit of a vengeance thing.
Your hearts are full of grief, and my own weeps at the loss of Skyrim. But his death was avenged long ago. You have taken more lives than honor demanded. The cycle of retaliation may continue for some time. In any case, I have a task for you. Have you heard the story of how we came to be werewolves?
I have. Yeah.
Aye, that sounds like it. As in all matters of faith, though, the reality is more complicated than one believer would tell you. The companions are nearly 5,000 years old. This matter of beast blood has only troubled us for a few hundred. One of my predecessors was a good but short-sighted man. He made a bargain with the witches of Glenmorrow Coven. If the companions would hunt in the name of their lord Hircine, we would be granted great power. They did not believe the change would be permanent. The witches offered payment, like anyone else. But we had been deceived. The witches didn't lie, of course, but it's more than our bodies. The disease, you see, affects not just our bodies, it seeps into the spirit. Upon death, werewolves are claimed by Hircine for his hunting grounds. For some, this is a paradise. They want nothing more than to chase prey with their master for eternity. And that is their choice. But I am still a true Nord, and I wish for Sovngarde as my spirit home. That's what I've spent my twilight years trying to find out. And now I've found the answer. The witch's magic ensnared us, and only their magic can release us. They won't give it willingly, but we can extract their foul powers by force. I want you to seek them out. Go to their coven in the wilderness. Strike them down as a true warrior of the wild. And bring me their heads, the seat of their abilities. From there, we may begin to undo centuries of impurity. You shall have no shield, brother, this time. But the spirit of Ysgramor goes with you to restore the honor of his legacy. Talos guide you, lass.
So, yeah, basically we're hearing about the downsides of being a werewolf. It's a long-term investment. You're not just talking about your lifetime, you're talking about afterlife. When you die, whether or not you're a werewolf will determine where you end up. And some people are totally fine with that. You know, a werewolf is a lifestyle that they chose. Where is this coven, by the way? It's... right. This is pretty far out of the way. Like, it's kind of near Falkreath, kind of near Rorikstead, but not really near either. not sure if we'll go there right now. We might have other things to attend to. But basically, we have... Yeah, like, we're kind of selling our souls to be werewolves, which some people are fine with. That's the future that they want. But others, like Codlack, are like, I'd like to have a choice in my afterlife, thank you. If I'm being forced to be a werewolf, then... yeah, I don't know. You know, it's like... sucks to be you, I guess. But Codlax, no, I'm gonna find a way. I will find a way to not be doomed to being a werewolf for the rest of my entire existence. So... yeah, he wants to go to Sovngarde and meet the great heroes of old. Which, why shouldn't he? But yeah, it's just kind of... I feel for him, you know? 45... 500, awesome. I'm not saying it in, like, I envy him or something. I definitely, like... it's like I myself don't really think about afterlife all that much, personally. So... I personally, if I was in his position, I don't know what I would do, honestly. So, here's what I'm thinking. I was kind of wondering when it would be when we're sent far enough out of our way for me to do this. I'm about ready for a Hearthfire house. I can't remember how much the down payment is, but I'm pretty sure I have enough. I'm pretty sure it's only like 20,000, which does mean that's most of our money, but we'll still have enough money, and we'll have ways to make more. But I want to get started on Hearthfire. It'll just be useful to have our own house. The question is then, where? Where should our house be? Because it's all about proximity. Having a house kind of near Whiterun is probably the best, most well-rounded decision, because you will have access to the most of Skyrim that you would want to. Like, basically, this is how far out you would be willing to go into the world just as a single stop trip from home. If we were to live in Falkreath, we would still be within range of Whiterun. You know, it's not that far down the road. In fact, we'd be pretty close to Riverwood, which wouldn't be a terrible thing. Like, Riverwood is still an important enough trading post, so living nearby Riverwood wouldn't be terrible. But up here in the north, this is, I think, a more specialized location. Hello, Omega himself. If we were to get the Morthal house, that's a little bit more specialized. It's in a very significant part of the map. Because there's a decent amount of stuff in Morthal, but there's a ton of stuff in Solitude. And then you'll also have access to Dawnstar, and from there there's a relatively close by fast travel location. If you're not just using the actual fast travel mechanic of click on a place and go there. So this is a little bit more specialized of a location. It's not as central. If we go on more excursions out to the Rift, we're gonna be pretty far away. Having our house in the south of the map kind of cuts off access from the north. Not saying we can't ever go to the north. I'm saying it means we're not going all the way out to Winterhold and willing to go back home anytime soon. I might be, if I have a home here, be willing to, like, you know, go to Iverstead as a day trip. I'm thinking Falkreath. I think Falkreath is where we want our home to be. I don't know if anything quest-wise has directed us to Falkreath yet. I mean, I guess there's kind of this quest. That's for Riften. That's also for Riften. I guess Yamar's is just going to be stuck there for a while. That's not really Riften. It's not an important enough quest, though, for us to prioritize where we live based off of this. That's DLC. That's actually relatively close by to home, yeah. It'd be closer to the Morthal home, but I'd still be willing to start there. Meridia's Beacon. Again, Morthal would be a better home than Falkreath. Galder Legend. It's kind of close to one of the places for that, but again, that's the Morthal place. Thongard is too far away. Northwatch Keep, again, that'll be Morthal. And I really don't feel like going through all of these side quests. Who's this person? Yep, someone over there. Quintus. Oh, okay. Shriekwood Bastion is over in this direction too. Okay. So we have some quests that are sending us towards Falkreath. Definitely the Companions quest is. But I think Falkreath is a central enough location with a pretty good setting, and Falkreath is kind of werewolf relevant. So that's probably where we're gonna go. We're gonna go to Falkreath. There are 2 Daedric quests in Falkreath, which is pretty neat. Is there anything we need before we go? I don't think so. Also, smithing. It's so slow to level up. I need to find a blacksmith to pay to level me up. But for now, we're worried about the money being spent on a house. More specifically, a place to build a house. Now, it'll be a few quests before we can actually get the house. But I think you'll unlock it before you become Thane. So... yeah. Because the cities that don't let you buy property until you become Thane... I can't remember if Whiterun is one. But I do know... Solitude... Markarth... Riften and Windhelm. I'm pretty sure all of them tell you you have to own property before you can become Thane. So, let's see. Falkreath. What's the best way to get to Falkreath? Honestly, the road doesn't really tell us. I think there's two good directions we could go. We could go towards Riverwood, past Helgen, and then head in this direction. I think that's a pretty direct way to get there. But option number 2 is to swing north of the mountain. And I think there's a road right around here that'll also take you to Falkreath. I'm not sure which is better. Honestly, I'm going to try the northern route. Because I feel like that's the route that I haven't used the most. So I kind of want to take the road less traveled, if you will. Because we experienced this last time too, didn't we? Last time I played the game was on Monday. And I'm pretty sure that sent us south. Was it on Monday? Yeah, pretty sure it was Monday. That's what sent us south to kind of that out of the way part behind Falkreath. Like all the way out here. The place that I could have sworn I have not been to. But then the fact that it's the Bloodlet Throne, it's like, oh yeah, I've definitely been there. Hello, dragon! What level are you? Thank you for attacking me. Oh, you're just a basic dragon. Thank you for attacking me near the watchtower. Let's cast our flesh spell. Not that it's going to be any good against a dragon. The fact that we're nearby... I also love how the music is not freaking out right now. Like, it's playing the calm, quiet nighttime music. Come on, get him. No, I think that missed. Well, who are you? Oh, you're Courier. That's nice. We have an invincible person helping us fight the dragon. Dragon landed right on top of me. Okay, just lay down all the fists. Nope, stop it, dragon. Stop it, stop it. Please don't be focused on me. Focus on literally anyone else. Oh man, I can't shout. Okay, I can recast Stoneflesh now. Yeah, so dragons have a very important... Wow, the dragon is pissed at an elk for living. Yeah, dragons are gonna be an important resource to me. Maybe not, though. Maybe they won't. Because, the reason I think they might is because of their dragon bones, which I can use to craft dragon equipment, which is the highest level equipment for heavy armor. The thing about that, though, is that's only true for weapons. And I'm not using any weapons. I'm just using my fists. In fact, my weapon is my armor rating, which means I should be focused on having the highest based armor rating. Do you know what has the highest based heavy armor rating in the game? Daedric equipment. Daedric has surprisingly higher armor rating than dragon-like scales and stuff. Dragon bone armor is what it is. Dragon scale armor is the best light armor in the game, but dragon bone armor is not the best heavy armor in the game. So yeah, Daedric is going to be my go-to armor when I can craft it, which means I won't really need dragon bones for all that much. And the reason I'm going back is I just picked up a shit ton of money. Not a shit ton of money, a shit ton of heavy stuff before I was barely out the door of Whiterun. So, since it's close enough to home, I'm gonna stop right by again just to drop off all this heavy stuff. And hey, look, the Khajiit are here! Ooh, the Khajiit merchants, okay. Do I have anything to sell you?
We are creatures of the desert.
I might have sold all the stuff that I already was interested in selling. I guess there's this. I can sell you this. Well, I should go home and drop all this stuff off. That iron ore is useless to me. I want to double check and see if I have that arcing enchantment or not. I'm pretty sure I do, but just in case I don't, I want to disenchant the sword. If not, I'll come back down and sell it to you guys. I really want to get out of Whiterun. I promise all of you, chat, anyone who is still here, any of you who are lurking, I promise you, I want to get out of Whiterun. There's just so much to do here. We're just going on a long journey. Eventually, we will. Shit! Fell through the stairs. Okay, chest. Drop off. Dragon bones, corundum ore, corundum ingots, the gold. That'll be it. Actually. I'm also going to drop these off, because I don't really need them for the road. When we eventually get our house, get our plot of land in Falkreath, then I will be moving all my junk from Breezehome to Falkreath. Until that happens, I'm going to leave all this stuff here that's weighing me down, and I don't think I'm going to do any major smithing until I get to Falkreath. What I mean is until I get my, like, Falkreath home. Because the next major smithing project will be when I upgrade from Dwarven to Orcish. Which, even though I have this ancient knowledge... Yeah, even though I have that, I still think Orcish will be slightly better once I have that perk and I improve it. I'm gonna need the perk anyway to get Daedric. I do have that enchantment. Okay, we can sell it. So yeah, when we do our Orcish equipment upgrade, which should be relatively soon once we move our smithing up more. Because that's going to be level 50. When we reach smithing level 50, our goal is going to be to switch over to Orcish equipment. And that means a lot of crafting. So I think during that time I will bring those gauntlets with me over to my new home. And the thing is, this will boost your smithing. Just doing the Hearthfire stuff, you'll boost your smithing a lot. You need a shit ton of iron and a shit ton of corundum. But crafting the materials needed to build the house, like irons and like iron nails, iron fittings, hinges, and locks, sure, they individually don't boost your smithing skill all that much, but because of how many you're going to be crafting in bulk, it really adds up. So we were headed the north route to not Riften, to Falkreath. And it is still late enough in the day for us to experience the pleasure of night. I do think when we eventually get to Falkreath that it might be a little bit earlier in the day for shops to open. Depends on how long it takes us to get there. That's, I think, a giant encampment. Yep, you can see the marker on the map. The compass, I should say. Are you Talskar the Wanderer? No, you're a mercenary.
There's been word of some trouble nearby. I'm on my way to investigate. I probably shouldn't tell everyone who asks. This is important business, you know. No, I think I got this one. Thanks, though.
That's an interesting encounter. Because the way the interaction works is you talk to the mercenary, you ask where they're going, they'll say, well, I really shouldn't tell anyone who asks, or everyone who asks. And you have a few speech checks, and depending on if you get a speech check, you will be given a random location that is generated that the mercenary was going to. First of all, it doesn't matter if you go to clear out this location at all or not. You're essentially just finding a brand new location you've never been to and cleared out. Sometimes it's not a brand new location though, sometimes it generates a location you already have on your map. It just tells you where the place is. The mercenary never goes there themselves. Like, sometimes you will have the mercenary tell you they're going to a location that is, like, in the opposite direction and on the other side of the map, So they're very clearly not headed to that location. So that's one... That's why it's an interesting encounter, but also just, like, the fact that they're, like... I really shouldn't tell everyone who asks. What I'm saying is it feels very scripted. Which it is, of course. What? There's definitely two people fighting over here. I wasn't just hallucinating that, was I, chat? Oh! I see something. Aha! That's what it is. It's a vampire versus a Vigilant of Stendar, and the Vigilant has a vampire on the run. So might as well help out. Ooh, nerd. Don't want to take too many swings because the Vigilant can get in the way. And that'll be bad because then the Vigilant turns on you.
Are you prepared to die?
What's interesting is this encounter does not change based on whether or not you're a vampire for the Dawn Guard or not. Okay, now the vampire is standing up and defending themselves. And there you go. Nice and easy. Good loot. That's not really great loot. It's very low. Ooh, that's really good though. That's... Oh my god! That startled me. I thought we were in the clear. I thought there was no more danger around. That terrified me. Okay.
You speak to a Vigilant of Stendar. Cavort with any Daedra, and we will hunt you down.
Well, joke's on you. I'm a werewolf.
None escape the vigil. All
Okay. Where... So, where is this road? I think it's right around here. So we still have a ways to go. Just because we were chasing after this encounter, we did not skip over that location. And by that location, I mean that road fork. This location I think we've already been to, as we can tell by the fact that this marker right here is indeed white. Some kind of fly flew in front of my face just now. I hear a wolf. Oh, no, it's a dog. Yeah, so this location, pretty sure doesn't exist in the base game. This is Barley Dark Farmhouse, and I'm pretty sure... Go away, fly, or mosquito, or whatever you are. I really hope it's not a mosquito. Pretty sure this location is not in the base game. It was added with the cutting room floor mod. Which means it's a location that was supposed to exist, but doesn't for some reason. So it is populated by NPCs. They're probably inside the farmhouse right now. I'm pretty sure these ones don't have any dialogue. The only NPCs that got added by the mod that have any dialogue whatsoever are shops. Let's just enjoy the tranquility of the night. Wonder if there's a chest up here. This would not be a bad location to put a chest if there was one to hide. I'm not seeing one. This might be it. This might be the crossroads that I'm looking for. There's another saber cat. Keep an eye on this one. That other one terrified the living shit out of me. So this is to Helgen and Riften. That way to Rorikstead and Markar Solitude, White Run, Windhelm. So Falkreath is not being marked, but I'm pretty sure this is where you go to get to Falkreath. Yeah, like it's kind of weird. Rorikstead gets a marker on the road sign, but Falkreath, nah, fuck Falkreath. Falkreath is a backcountry. No one goes to Falkreath. There's a bit of a shack here. I wonder what that shack is. Is it related to... What's it related to? Vampires? It might be related to the vampires. Here's... looks like a farmer? Yeah.
I'm on my way to Windhelm to join up with the Stormcloaks. Ulfric has the right of it.
Okay. Wow, I only just now got that quest. Drop save. Yeah, so now we're entering a forested region of the map. Which is a little bit scarier at night, I'll be honest. This feels a tiny bit spooky. Like you never know what could be around any corner. There's a bunch of shadows all over the place. The moon doesn't shine as brightly here because there's trees blocking it. Let's see what this location is. I feel like this might be a quest-related location. I'm not sure. Hunter's Rest. No enemies. It's just a hunter. Can't use a bedroll. So I can't turn in for the night, but yeah, this is just a hunter. There's a shop. There are also random non-essential NPC out in the wild that you could just murder in cold blood if you wanted to. Ew. Rumble VR, thank you for the donation. How much was that? Oh, thank you so much. Great, now I have to open up Streamlabs to see what the message was. Ugh, thank you. No, that's Stream Elements. I want Streamlabs. Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. Oh, well, thank you so much. But no, I am actually curious. Authors? Sure. I'm not in the habit of doing this because I rarely get tips during my stream. So I need to get faster. I need to get better at either having it open or get fast at opening it. Um... You know what? Fuck it. I don't need it. I don't need it to be open. I'm wasting time here. I need to get back to the game. You're all here for the game. So. Yeah, there's an elk. Not much to do here. I guess just head on our way to Falkreath. Oh, there's the other hunter. Hello, you're a Bosmer. Now this tower I've definitely encountered before. I don't remember precisely what's in there, and also I don't like the fact that I think I've lost the main road. I'd like to stay on the main road, please. Where was it? Is this it? Yeah, this was it. This is the main road. I don't want to get lost out in these woods in the middle of the night. Would not be ideal. Now this mill might very well be one of the most well-known, interesting mills in the game. It's Half Moon. We have Hearn and his wife, and they're vampires. You'll eventually get a Dark Brotherhood quest to have you kill, well, really the hit's only on one of them, but you usually will end up having to kill both, because they'll just go aggro on you. They are vampires. They're just kind of hidden in plain sight, you know, they're living their own life. They have a mill, they're not hostile. Like, I walked up to Hearn right now, and you see the guards walking up to Hearn too. Nope, he's fine with it. They're not hostile vampires, they're just living their life. But someone, somewhere in the world, wanted them dead. Could have just been, you know, someone who found out they were vampires. Maybe it was someone who didn't know they were vampires and just had another reason to want them dead. Could have been Isran. I think, though, Isran would be the type to do it himself. Like, I don't think he would trust third-party contractors to take care of vampires. That's not the sort of person Isran is. But yeah, it could totally have been that some other NPC either found out or had some other reason to call a hit on them. And it was whoever it was in charge. I can't remember his name. The person that's usually in charge of playing... What was that? The person that... Oh, skeleton, interesting. The person that's in charge of doing the research for the targets. You know the guy. The Red Guard. He... Like, it's possible he just found out or knew already that the people running the mill were vampires, and the fact that they had a hit on them had nothing to do with their vampire-ness. That is possible. Don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Here's a good spot. So we're in pretty deep in the woods now. You can see over this ridge. That's our destination, Falkreath. Falkreath has a different kind of beauty to it. It's like mysterious, almost. It might be one of the most mysterious holds in the game, in a way. Just kind of the deep in the woods. You're almost always just a little bit uneasy out here in Falkreath. Because you're not sure... Oh, this is the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure it is. Yeah, at this point, there feels like some kind of danger lurking. Falkreath is well designed. The atmosphere here is very different from the rest of Tamriel. It also tends to rain a lot and be like foggy, which I really like. I especially like the fog effect. And here we are. We've made it to Falkreath. It is 5:24 a.m. So some people are still asleep.
Did you see a dog out there? Oh well. The blacksmith is offering a reward for a dog he saw on the road. I was hoping you'd seen it. I guess I'll stay on the lookout. Keep your nose clean while you're here, outsider.
So, that's our first interaction with Falkreath. There's... apparently the blacksmith is looking for a dog that he saw somewhere, and he wants a loyal companion to, you know, keep him company. So he's willing to hire someone to do it. That is your first interaction, and that, by the way, is a Daedric quest. It also doesn't matter, I think. You don't have to come through this gate to get that quest. I'm pretty sure any first Falkreath guard you run into will try to give that quest to you. But Falkreath is nice, you know? It has a general goods store, which not all towns do. I'm pretty sure Morthal doesn't. So it has a general goods store. It has an inn, because what town doesn't have an inn? It's got a blacksmith, which is pretty nice. Can't remember if Morthal had a blacksmith or not. It might not. Here's the longhouse. Every hold has a longhouse. Every hold capital, I should say. You know, Corpse Light Farm is just kind of an NPC's house. Dangir's house. Come on, hop over. Then, what else we got? We got a mill right here. And, oh look, a back way out of this, I guess we'd call this a city. But it's not really big enough to be a city.
Trouble?
This back here. Yeah, this is the direction to get to the graveyard, which sets off another Daedric quest. There are 2 Daedric quests associated with this location. Now, I'm not sure if I want to do that Daedric quest, the one that involves the werewolf, because that forces me to wear a ring that does... Also, there's an alchemist, which is another thing that not every... I think alchemist is the most common shop in any, like, you're most likely to find an alchemist in any city in the game. But yeah, I'm probably not going to do the werewolf quest just yet, because that requires you to be a werewolf. No, it doesn't. It requires... Let me start over that phrase. When you start the quest, and if you are a werewolf when you start the quest, you're forced to equip a ring that forces you to transform. It won't force you to transform all the time, but it will force you to transform at the worst times. So, generally speaking, when you do the quest, typically you're going to try to do that quest before you become a werewolf. And I have not done that. Have the goats always had bells? Is anyone else hearing that? This goat has a bell. Hello. Of course, the goat's being a goat and just walking endlessly into that fence. Interesting. So, the interaction with Laud is kind of interesting, because he's all like, oh, I need a loyal companion to spend time with and whatnot. That's why he wants the dog. And that's your interaction with him. But the thing is, like,
What is it? Dragons?
The thing is, he doesn't really... I don't know where I'm going with this sentence. The thing is, with Laud, he wants a loyal companion and all. In order to start the quest, he gives you fresh meat, which you have to have on you in order for the quest to progress. But you never use the fresh meat. You need to... The only way to get rid of it, and the only way to get out of your inventory, because it is considered a quest item, is to come back to Laud and talk to him. Because I have, in the past, completed that quest line in its entirety and still have that fresh meat in my inventory. It doesn't weigh anything because it's a quest item, it's just annoying because you can't get rid of it. So... Who are you?
Unless you intend to bury someone, this isn't the place you're looking for, traveler.
Right, yeah, Falkreath is pretty down because their entire society is built around what's supposed to be the largest graveyard in all of Skyrim. But before we do anything else, why are we here? Right, the house. We came here for a house.
Yes, what is it that you want? Ah, it's you. Yes, well, now we'll see if the stories about you are true. There's a group of bandits in my fold that I may have had a few discreet dealings with. The cut they were giving me was good at first, but now it's time to clean things up. Go and take care of it. Good.
So,
execute every last bandit. Spare no one.
that's our first interaction with the Jarl of Falkreath. It seems he had a bit of a deal going on with the bandits. essentially a protection order that he would not raise a finger to stop the bandits from what they're doing, but he wanted a cut of it. So that's what he did. He hired bandit, well, not hired bandits, he made a deal with already existing bandits and was making money off of it. He's now done with them. They've served their purpose, so he's now pulling an execution order. And where does he go to make the execution order? Well, it has to be someone from outside the hold. Because if someone living here that knew this Jarl was associating himself with bandits and didn't know before, that means his reputation is getting tarnished. But for us, this is just a first experience with the Jarl. You know, we never interacted with him before. So for us, there is no reputation issue. So that's why he hired us. Yeah, you know. And you do have to do that quest in order to become high enough ranking in Falkreath to buy land. You don't have to be Thane, but you do have to be a high enough rank. And I believe that's where it is too. Knife Point Ridge. Yep, let's set that as active. Also, not that. Shriekwind Bastion, where is that? And also, Blood's Honor, because I think Knife Point Ridge is close enough to the Glenmoral Coven. So it's essentially, we could either, you know, start here and go there, or go here and from there move on to Knife Point Ridge. Either way, we can essentially kill two birds with one stone. And because it's a quest in my journal, I would like to do this just to clear the quest journal and hopefully get some good word of power in Shriekwind Bastion. So that's the goal. Just some more adventuring. I'm not gonna go around and collect all the quests in this town just yet, because when I eventually do the quest line for Hircine, I want to be prepared to where I can just complete the quest before I transform into a werewolf in the middle of town. Because that's what I want to happen the least. And we're I mean, there's no drawback to us starting the Barbus questline either. Like, there's not much of a drawback to us starting that right now. The only thing is, it's just an extra quest in the quest journal. Like, this is gonna be our home, essentially. Not specifically here, it's gonna be a little bit up the road right here. But essentially, Falkreath is gonna be close enough to home where we will have time to clear out all these quests. I want to focus on getting my standing up to where I can buy land. That's the important thing. So, where do I go? For Shriekwind Bastion, I'm gonna head, actually, through and out the other side of town. That might be the best way to get to Shriekwind Bastion. So yeah, right up here might be the most straightforward way to get there by road. before I do anything else, I have to pee. Well, my mic doesn't want to mute. Whatever. Yeah. Let's... No, stop it. I am back. So, yeah, I don't know why my JLab microphone sometimes likes to just not want to mute. There's a button you can press to mute the mic, but sometimes that button just doesn't want to work. I don't know why it does, it just does. So, I found out I used to just use the slider to lower the audio, like to lower my audio input volume on OBS. I have found out that you can just click the sound thingy and make it mute. So that way when you reset the slider, it's now like it saves your settings basically. The place I want to get to, I don't think I need to go this way is the thing. I think I need to go somewhere else. Falkreath is one of the places I know the least about, so it's gonna be a little bit tough for me to navigate. Maybe I'll off-road it, honestly. Off-roading seems to be the best strat when you don't know where the road leads. Falkreath is beautiful though. Like, this also has its beauty. It's this kind of this little valley in the woods, in the forested part of Skyrim. There's still mountains around. This is still beautiful. It's just a different kind of beauty. So it seems as though this is actually the main road that I took to get here, and this is going to take us to Shriekwind Bastion. Say that 10 times fast. So, it's right around here. Looks like the road would have eventually taken us right here. Right, north and south Shriekwind Bastion. Okay, this place is kind of like a maze. I have spent so much time inside Shriekwind Bastion, trying to locate the source of power, going in and out of various locations. Load zones is what I'm thinking of. Going in and out of various of those, and ultimately not really making all that much progress. Shriekwind Bastion is the most maze-like location in the game. I've spent forever trying to locate various stuff in this dungeon. So this might take us... Well, look at this! Vampires! Hello, vampire! Nope, nope, nope. No, you're not allowed to heal. I don't like the fact that there's more. You're just a bandit corpse. There we go. Stupid vampire. Ah, there we go. And we've got another enemy. I don't remember vampires populating this place. I remember a bunch of skeletons populating it. Okay, you, whoever you are you a vampire? Are you a skeleton? All these urns are useless. This is, okay. Poison Frenzy. What does that do? Oh. Well then. Oh! That terrified me. I was not expecting skeevers. I was expecting, like, humanoids, like skeletons. Yeah, like you. I was expecting that. I was not expecting a skeever. God, that was terrifying. I've already searched these urns. There's nothing here. Hi. You're not a skeever. Deep breaths. I didn't just almost have a heart attack because of a skeever. Because of a video game enemy in a non-horror video game. It's one of the most common enemies, too. Alright, Haru. Don't lose it. Don't lose what little bit of your sanity you have left. Okay. So we got a tree. This thing, which I'm pretty sure we've been down there before. Someone sees me. Huh. I'm pretty sure this just opens that. Nope, it just activates it again. That's not a great, like, torture device or execution device, or I don't know what it's supposed to be. But it's not a great device. Because there's only, like, 6 prongs or whatever. Like 6 spears, and if you just know where they're coming out of, which is pretty easy to tell, you can pretty easily avoid them and not get stabbed. Not to mention, they don't go all the way into the middle, so if you just stand perfectly still in the very middle of that, whatever that thing is supposed to be, you don't get stabbed. Poorly made, poorly designed. Not trapped. Nice. Some good loot. A bunch of boots. They're not even armor. They're just regular old boots that people put on their feet to keep them warm. Have I been using stone flesh at all in here? I don't think I have. Mostly because most of the enemies I've run into have just been skeletons, which I can one-shot. How do I get in there? Is there a very obvious pole chain that I'm missing? There's hanging moss. Can I just punch you? There, yep. There's hanging moss. Oh, come back here. Is anyone else seeing anything? Am I blind? Well, here's a pole chain. I'm blind. No one say anything. Okay. So that's gonna open that. I remember having spent a lot of time in this room too. But I also remember the solution being relatively simple. Okay. Apprentice? First try. Okay. So, yeah, there's some pole chains in there. There's this. I cannot see anything in here. Okay, so there's a coffin. Orcish gauntlets. That's armor rating 45. 59. No, I'd still rather craft my own gauntlets just for the sake of having that added benefit of like those few extra points in smithing. Also, hello Asparagus. Good to see you. Okay, so I've already been through there. I'm missing something. Is this where I need to go? This might be where I need to go. I don't think any of these open that. So I think it's one of these chains. Maybe not this one. That probably just... Yep, that closes that. What is this open? It just closes that. This one? That's the one I wanted. Alright, let's get candlelight going again. I don't think I want to use beast form here. It wouldn't be the best place to use beast form because I'm not running into that many humans. I think vampires also fit into that category. But I'm not really running into that many enemies that I can consume the heart of when I kill. So beast form, I can do a ton of damage, but I'm not going to extend my bloodlust. Nor am I going to earn perk points by being werewolf. I might use it to clear out the bandit encampment. That would be fun. Lunar Oatmeal, thank you for the raid. Thank you, friend. Hello, raiders. Let's see here, just punch you. Is there anything around here? Thank you. Yeah. It's Milestone Day. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're just using the good old punch and shield, the good old Captain America combo. Not seeing anything in here. Let's keep moving. Yeah, we're currently in a bit of a maze of a dungeon. Hi, vampires. They're all...
Not so fast.
Wow, I thought I'd backed up far enough, but apparently not. That's an interesting power attack. Okay. Is there anything in here? I think I want more candlelight. Not really. Oh, a ruby. Rubies are good. Okay, let's keep moving on. Nothing there. There's a coffin. Oh, sanctified greatsword. Is that an enchantment? Yeah, it was. It's kind of hard to see, but yeah, that is a random enchanted equipment. Probably random. So that might be something I could disenchant later. If not, we'll just sell it, even though it's not great value. Keep up candlelight. I swear I heard something breathing. Well, I definitely hear skeletons, but I'm pretty sure they don't breathe. Let's see, was there a door around here that I missed when I was chasing the skeleton? No, that's where I came from. No? Nope, looks like this is the only way to go. somewhere is the word of power that I'm looking for. Shriekwind Bastion is quite the labyrinth. And you wouldn't think it'd be much of a labyrinth if it's just a location where all you have to do is go in one direction. Like, there aren't that many splitting paths, but I still feel like I can easily get lost in here. They'll turn off eventually. Pretty sure. Or not. Could have sworn they did. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe there's a way to turn them off. Well, a little bit of fire doesn't hurt. Yeah, I was definitely misremembering. That's not it. That's it. Okay, yeah, I was misremembering.
Someone...
Master Vampire, you say? This is gonna be tough. Lightning bolt is gonna be painful. Ooh, he's got an ebony axe? Maybe. But he does a lot of damage, and I don't like that. I mean, if he wants to use up his magicka on 2 spells at once, let him. I need healing potions. Hello, Cody the Impish Nerd. It's good to see you here, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing better than me against this Master Vampire.
That's nothing.
Can't
win this. Nobody here now.
Well. Right, your collab just got done. How's that?
I knew it. That's nothing.
I need to stagger him. He does so much damage, and he heals it off too. He heals off any of the damage I do to him because of his stupid... Dang. Few audio issues, but overall good. That's good. I have noticed that Phasmo has, like, some audio issues occasionally. I speak from experience from the one time that I played it. How much magicka do you have, my friend? I need to just spam the healing potions. This is like one of the rare instances where I really wish I had a stamina potion. That's the thing that I never wish upon myself. It's just wasted inventory space. Die, die, die. First try. Oh, thank you, Notion of Vice, for the follow. That was a bit tough, but we were able to do it on the first try. Was it? Wait, no! No, I wasn't. That was the second try, wasn't it? Speech increase, nice. One of the skills that I never really invest in, but I still use every single playthrough. Speech is an interesting mechanic. Like, speech checks in general, as a concept, are basically... You've developed this one skill far enough into the game that you are now allowed to skip parts of the game. Sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes it will just give you like a little boost from, like, you know, maybe you can acquire a special potion or something that you wouldn't otherwise have been given for doing the quest. But a lot of the times it's just like, I don't feel like playing the game. I'm gonna use speech. I'm saying this as a person who very often will just use speech in the game. Because it does skip portions. Like, there will be times when someone is going to tell you, oh, I need you to go and collect my diadem from my family heirloom that's all the way over in this dungeon. And I can just, like, say to that NPC, like, actually, it's not my problem. And then she'll be like, oh, okay, well, here's a reward anyway for doing the quest that I told you to do, that you chose not to do, but convinced me that you didn't need to do. Nope, that's cheating. Wow, that was not a difficult boss fight whatsoever. Max speech in Oblivion, and the demons just flat out ignored you. Okay, so Oblivion's actually one that I have not much experience with. It is the other Elder Scrolls game, not including ESO, that I have played most recently. It is not the Elder Scrolls game. That doesn't make it the Elder Scrolls game that I'm second most familiar with. Okay, so I got the word of power. What was that word of power? No, shouts. I think it was Elemental Fury. That's literally useless to me, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that's a thing you can use for unarmed. So, not gonna use that. Hoo-hoo-hoo, we are way up in the air. There's Falkreath. It is a beautiful game. Falkreath, I don't give it enough credit. Falkreath is a pretty nice looking location too. It's not my favorite, but it still looks pretty good. I am not going to jump down there. First of all, because I just know for a fact that will very likely mess up the quest marker. Second of all, I don't know, is there a second of all? I don't know, like, that feels like an exit that's asking you to fast travel. Which is not how I usually like to exit my Skyrim dungeons. I like them to loop around and exit through the entrance. But I guess if we have to exit through the entrance the long way because the game's not going to give us a short way. We can make our own short way. So where's South Shriekwind Bastion? Because this was North Shriekwind Bastion. We got the Word of Power. We cleared out the entire location. I assumed we'd exit through South Shriekwind, but we didn't. We're just having to loop back around to the very beginning to North. That's kind of odd. Oh well. Off to Knife Point Ridge, where we will werewolf and murder humans. What a good game. Oh, there's a garnet. Hell yeah. What's in here? What is in here? Falkreath Watchtower. Necromages. I don't know if Stoneflesh is going to be useful against Necromages. I'd rather just save the Magicka for healing. Oh, that's pain! That is pain! That I cannot move. So we're not doing that. We're not taking those on. I know when I've met an enemy that I'm not willing to cross. So where to exactly for real then? I guess just as the crow flies, avoiding that tower this time. It's a silly place. We don't go silly places. But did we miss the garnet this time? Who knows? Either way, we get to experience the beauty of the game all over again, and isn't that just worth it? This is why I play Skyrim. For these moments. I feel like I've mentioned this every single time. Oh my god. This. Right fucking here. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. This is great.
Got to thinking. Beyond the Dragonborn. Just don't know it yet.
Well, go back to your thinking. The prompt you put in the Discord. Oh, you mean the role-playing Discord? I'll be honest, I just kind of skimmed through the prompt. Because when I was reading it, it was like night or something, I guess I was going to bed, and I'm like, I might as well clear my Discord notifications, and then it's like... So I think I just kind of skimmed through that and told myself I would read. I would actually read it when I woke up, and I never got around to it. So I'll give it a more thorough look. And I'll try to keep that in mind, that you're trying to aim for Skyrim feel. I'm like feeling tickly stuff around my ankles. Don't know what drug is making me feel that way, or if it's actually their bugs crawling on me. Hi, wolves! I heard danger approaching. Nice, amethyst. Back to enjoying the colors of the landscape. Okay, so that is definitely the Glenmoral Coven. This is the way to the bandits. I can't remember if this is a fixed location that the Jarl sends you to clear out the bandits, or if it's dynamic. Well, let's give these bandits a what for. All it needs is lighting. Lighting just makes the game good. Alright, we're gonna go beast mode now. Because I feel like we can go a while yet now without going beast mode. And this will give us an opportunity to eat hearts. Hell yeah. Boom. More murders, more feeding, more perk. Hey, we got a perk. So what now? What do we do now that we got the perk? Probably savage feeding. Like that, I'm pretty sure it gives us perk progress too. Just being able to feed off of non-humanoids. You died on impact. More people to eat. Okay, so this... Oh, I've definitely been here. This, I think, is actually the location you have to go to for...
What was that?
Which Daedric Prince is it? It's... It's one of the Daedric Princes. It's the one... Maybe it's Boethia. I think it's Boethia. Where you have to kill someone without getting detected, but that's pretty close to impossible to do unless you really invested in sneak, and the quest reward is not sneak related, and also the quest literally does not care if you get detected or not. You know the one I'm talking about? So that's what this place is. basically the plan is, because I know I can only use werewolf mode once per day, and I want to get as much value out of this transformation as possible, I'm just going to breeze through this location and then loot it afterwards. Because I cannot open containers when I'm a werewolf. Hell yeah, this bandit chief has got nothing on me. There we go. Feed on you. Alright. Actually, I think I remember how this location works. Basically, this is the rest of the dungeon. But I can't get to the rest of the dungeon because I'm not doing the Daedric quest. So this is as far as the dungeon goes for me. Now, let's make sure we didn't have one more perk. No, we did not. Okay. Let's do a little bit of waiting. 2 hours should hopefully do it. There we go. Had to wait 3 hours. In theory, I had to wait 3 hours. Can I wait 1 more hour? There we go! Okay, so 4 hours is how long I had to wait. It's ridiculous how long the Bloodlust makes you stay as a vampire. Not a vampire, a werewolf. Like, I see the reason why. It's because if you're a werewolf specializing character, it can be annoying if you have to transform back into a human mid-combat. But still. So Nordic Carved is actually going to be better than Dwarven. I'll see by how much better. The thing is, I don't think I have the perk for Nordic Carved, so it might just be the chest piece that's better. And also, I don't know how it compares to Orcish. There we go. Took a few tries. Thought I said Nordic Haru. I didn't. Aha, thank you for... I'm assuming you continue your sub. I did not get a notification just now. But if you did, thank you so much. Yeah, just gonna clear out all this iron. Because iron is very useful. I can't remember if this becomes an ebony mine. Or maybe it becomes a gold mine? Or maybe it's just iron. I don't remember the type of ore. If it changes deeper into the quest with the Daedra. Not sure, I can't remember. But iron is going to be extremely useful to me. So I will take all the iron I can get. Now we did have to wait a bit of time to become unwerewolf, which means I can now search the corpses. And also loot the camp if there was anything of value. I like the night sounds. Like they're kind of like cicadas, I think. Some cicadas, some crickets. But it sounds just like nighttime. Heard an owl just there. Is there anyone up top? There's not, but there is a lever. I'm pretty sure that releases like boulders or something. Alright, got some good loot. Now onto the witches. Now we've finished off the looting. Onto the witches. But just because we do the witches does not mean we're continuing on with the quest line. Maybe we will. I don't remember. Oh, there's some wolves. I don't remember what the... There they are. What comes in the companion's questline after you get these heads. I know Codlac dies. Spoiler alert. I know Codlac is dead when you get back because, you know, they got attacked by the Silverhand while you were away on some errand he sent you on. But I don't remember what follows. Oh. This is interesting.
Never should have come here.
Vampires! I was not expecting vampires. This blooded vampires can be a bit annoying. I need to cast healing. I was not expecting vampires. Don't know why I didn't. I just didn't.
You remind me of my cousin. That's the best you can do.
I want to focus on the thrall first, just so that I can focus entirely on the blooded. Have any of you noticed that's like a thing in all games, is like the question, do you go for the minion that doesn't do as much damage so you can then focus on the boss? Or do you focus on the boss? Or difficult character, or whatever it is. And usually you will say focus on the weaker one first so that the stronger one won't have any backup and you can take them on quite easily. That's not always the case, and I think there's a certain threshold to it. No, you're not allowed to heal. Stop it. Okay. You know what I'm talking about? Like, there are certain encounters where it's more beneficial to take out the front line, even though it might be a little bit tankier than the back line, just because the front line is going to do a lot more damage to you in the long run. But there are other occasions where you want to take out the back line first because it's going to take you so long to take out the front line that the back line is going to do a lot of damage to you. It's not always the case that the front line is the tougher. Where is this cave? Here it is. The Glenmoral Coven. So, good thing about this cave, you don't have to take out all the witches at once. Heck, you can just get in there, kill one, and then leave if you really feel like it. But even if you feel like taking on all the witches and eradicating them, which is the secondary objective of this quest, it's an optional objective. Even if you feel like eradicating them all, you don't have to take them all on at the same time. They're in their own little separate rooms from each other, and you can pretty much be as loud as you want in each of the rooms, and it won't attract the others. So it can be useful. Like, that's important advice. Because these are tough. They're hag ravens. Is anything back here? So let's cast a little bit of light. Aha, there is a chest. That light was useful. Okay, now this is how you get out. There we go. I'm not stuck. Drop a save. Let's just recast Stoneflesh. Because here's the first enemy. And Moral Witch. And they also have the help of some frostbite spiders that they keep as pets. And I'm hoping I can keep you staggered. Your claws will do a ton of damage to me. Okay, good. We got rid of one of them. Now, sometimes, when you take off their heads, yeah, their body will just, like... Basically, what the game does... Because this is, I think, the only quest where you have to acquire a specific body part that is a quest item from an enemy, and it actually removes the body part when you take it. But the way it does it is it replaces them, like, it replaces the container. So when you take off the head, it essentially despawns the former corpse that had the head and respawns a corpse that has no head to simulate the fact that you just decapitated her. This replacement corpse does not always follow the same physics as the initial corpse, especially during the replacement process. So there will be times when you take off the head and the corpse just T-poses at you, the headless version. So let's level up. I think we could use a bit more health. And smithing is so slow. We really don't have much in heavy armored. I guess we could take cushioned. Matching set's gonna be a while. How's block looking? Same. Also, I'm not sure how good block runner is. I think it's useful, I just don't think it's that useful. Maybe I'll do enchanting? Just to move ourselves in that direction? Yeah, I think we'll do enchanting. Though we could now take adept alteration. I don't think I'm going to, because I'm pretty sure Stoneflesh is apprentice still, and I'm not going to get the adept spell until I go to the Mage's College, which is going to be a while. So I don't think adept alteration is going to be useful to me at all currently. However, an additional 10% magic resistance. That's useful. That's extremely useful. But we could also do recovery, or regeneration is very important. Let's see, regeneration or resistance. I think we take the regen. Yeah. Being able to cure, essentially heal more health when we're basically making our healing spells as efficient as possible. They heal us as much as possible, and they cost as little as possible. Anyway, while we're here, and it is listed as our optional objective, so we might as well do it. Let's finish off these witches. Spiders are not going to be a threat. Ooh, a garnet ring. The witches are the threatening thing. Now, I did heal myself up a little bit and increase my max health with that level up. And I essentially got myself, so I increased my max health, and my healing's gonna be a little bit better, which is probably gonna give me the edge that I need in these fights. If I can keep them staggered with my shield bashes and my shouts that deal damage. Yep, just like that. Hawkbeaks, I think, are pretty good. I think hawkbeaks are pretty useful. Can't remember what they're used for. I'm pretty sure I have that enchantment, and it's a useless enchantment to me, but I'll take it anyway just to sell. Same with the glass boots. Anything around here worth taking? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, but there is a destruction skill book. I'll happily take those. Is that covering up anything useful? No, just a bunch of slaughterfish stuff. slaughterfish scales are useful if you want a fully furnished home in Hearthfire and you don't want to pay for the furnishings, like you just want to put them there yourself. That's what you would collect those for. I personally don't mind not having every little teensy little decoration in Hearthfire, so I will happily pass on those this playthrough. There we go. Emery, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Thank you so much. How's your stream? We are winning. We've got these witches' numbers. Let's cast some stone flesh. Should just be one hit. Ooh, that's pain. Now, maybe I should have taken the magic resistance, because I knew I was going against these witches. But I don't think it really matters either way. That's why. I want to see if I can get a T-posing corpse. Okay. Well, thank you, Melon Smoothie, for the follow. Trashy. Hey, enchanting. That's the one we want to see. Well, while we're here. Alright, have a good dinner, Ian. Yeah, let's just disenchant these. Okay. Cool. I think that's everything in that area. On to the next witch. So the reason you collect all the witches' heads is just so you don't have to come back here each and every individual time that one of the companions gives you a quest to make them not a werewolf. And I believe the only companion that doesn't ever ask you to do that is Ayla. Everyone else does. And then I think there might be like one spare head for you if you want to stop being a werewolf but don't want to turn into a vampire to be a werewolf. Actually, it's the kind of interesting thing where if you're going werewolf, so you can transform into a werewolf as many times as you want. All it costs you is... What I mean to say is, if you get rid of your werewolf disease, your lycanthropy, you can always go back and become a werewolf again by drinking the blood. You can repetitively transform into a vampire, however far you are into the vampires... Well, however you are into the questline at all of, the... Oh, prior hearts are useful. However far into that questline you are of... Dawnguard. That's the name of the DLC. And it doesn't matter which side you're on. Serana will always be on your side, and she can turn you into a vampire if you wish, which will therefore destroy the werewolf. So there's infinitely ways, like you can switch between being a vampire and being a werewolf infinitely many ways. But if you ever want to turn human, or like stop being whatever abomination you are, if you consider yourself an abomination, you have a limited number of times you can do that from werewolf to normal than you do from vampire to normal. Because vampire, you can switch back as many times as you want as long as you keep doing that quest over and over again. That stops you from being a vampire. Werewolf, you have a limited number of uses. You just have as many heads of these as you choose to save, and you don't have to do the quests. Oh, a filled black soul gem. That's wonderful. That's good loot. Yeah, you know, if basically the point I'm getting at, you're limited by the number of heads there are in the game, and there are a limited number of heads in the game. If you want to switch to being normal, probably your best way to do that would be become a vampire and then do the vampire quest, because that one is repeatable and does require consumable resources that are pretty useful. There's like, I think, a black soul gem it requires, but besides that, it's useful to like have the repeatable thing that's not based on a limited unique resource in the game, like the heads. Anyway, let's find our exit. Is this the exit? This might be the exit. Yeah, this is the exit. Okay, so we've killed all the witches. Drop a save. Okay, all the witches are dead. Let's head back out. Oh, it's good to be out of that cave. It's good to be outside again for once. And this is a good place to come out to. 6 in the morning. Hear the birds chirping. It's very quiet. Tranquil. The sun is just peeking over the horizon. It's a misty morning, as it very often is in the valley of Falkreath. Falkreath is a good location. So let's drop that save and head back. We're not doing the companions, but we will head back to Falkreath because we want that house. We want it. It will be useful to have a house. That's not just Bree's home. I want a full house. I accidentally pressed that button. I did not mean to. I did not mean to shout. Not even sure if this is the road that I'm following. Is this the road? This is a road, but it's not the road. It's not the cobblestone road. Oh, there's an enemy. It's an enemy that casts magic. Uh-oh. Ascendant Conjurer. This could not be good. How many of you are there? Seems there are people on my side, at least. That's good. Bandits! Okay, so they aren't on my side, but they're also not on the Conjurer's side. And I am willing to take that bet. Because the Conjurer is going to be the difficult one. Could you stop shooting at me and start shooting at the Conjurer? Please. Now it's aggroed onto me again. Hide behind the tree. Can I punch you? No, you just keep draining my stamina with your stupid frost. And I keep getting slowed down. Just keep fighting the bandits. Keep fighting the bandits, please. Okay, time to get in there. Stagger you with the shout. Ah, you dodged it, you clever bastard. I cannot get close enough to you. I cannot. And anytime I do get close to you, you stop aggroing on the bandits. Which is very annoying. Let's cast healing again. Oh, there you are. There she is. Okay, beat you up quite a bit. Because your physical defense should not be that high. Maybe you'll have a bunch of health. Yes, okay, good. Now the bad news is, she ran off and healed, but also because she yielded, the AI stopped chasing after her. Come on. I need to take her out by myself. There we go. Now there's just a highwayman. He's also pretty tough. Oh, that was nice. We did that. Okay. I'll take that for selling. Honestly, I'll just drink that right now. Why not? I don't see a downside to drinking it. I missed. I missed with that extremely basic shout. First word shout, point blank range. Nope. I missed.
You remind me of my cousin's cat. Kill that too.
Good news is he's using a dagger and therefore does not deal that much damage. Okay. That's that encounter taken care of. Let's keep heading towards Falkreath. Falkreath is to the east. This direction. Put down my fists. Keep walking and enjoying the scenery. That was a bit of an annoying conjurer. But the fun thing about random encounters is my enemy's enemy is my friend. Or rather, it's just a free-for-all, which means two tough enemies can take each other on and weaken each other. I knew the Conjurer was the more dangerous one, which is why I focused on it and kind of helped out the bandit before I took out the bandit. Because magic is dangerous. Especially if you're playing as a physical defense character like I am. Unless you have very high health, and therefore can just tank a bunch of damage, which I kind of do. Spells are going to be the bane of your existence. Because they don't care about your armor. They'll care about enchantments, which is why it's not a bad idea if you are playing as a heavy armor character to also invest in enchanting just so you can get the heavy armor to be magic resistant. There's a location, I'm not sure. Well, no, let's check it out. Because this might actually be one of the locations that I have to encounter for the Kine quest. Roadside Ruins. Oh, no, it's just Spriggans. So it's not the it's not. But there is a chest. I should be able to handle Spriggans pretty handily. It's gonna heal now. Yeah, Spriggans are weird where they, like, you get their health down low. Spriggan Sap might be useful. You get their health down low, and then, unless you just are strong enough to one-shot them, they enter a period of invincibility where it's like they just take no damage whatsoever. Okay, there's the chest. Ooh. Catalog of weapon enchantments. Nice. Keep enchanting moving forward. That's what we want to see. Because ideally, before I craft my next set of equipment, I want to disenchant, no, I want to enchant that equipment. Basically, I want to have my enchantment level be high enough to where the equipment that I enchant will be given a significant boost from the enchantment, and therefore deal a lot more unarmed damage than I'm currently doing. Again, Falkreath is kind of out of the way. I'm not really sure where the road leads to, so we'll just wing it. Found Falkreath again. This is such a good game. We're gonna avoid that quest like the plague. And just turn in this quest.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. The old fort near Riften.
That goat is still just walking into that fence. You do you, goat.
Good to see you. Finally, someone useful is around. Teach them to stop paying me. Here, you deserve a reward for your service. You know what? I like you. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I hereby grant you permission to purchase property in Falkreath Hold. Talk to my steward if you're interested.
Oh, wow. I honestly thought you had to do something else to have permission, but no, that's all you need.
There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my Thane. On your way then.
Okay.
Come and see me again sometime. I might have some use for you.
So there's a few, like, other quests he'll have you do to become Thane. But no, that's all we needed to do to be able to purchase property.
Falkreath Cemetery. Being housed.
No, you're not the steward. Where's the steward? Where's your steward? Is the steward in here? There she is.
Siggeir can sometimes act too quickly, but he does listen to Helvard and I. There's no house available, but I could sell you a fine piece of land where you could build your own house.
5,000 up front? Honestly, that's cheaper than I expected.
You won't regret it. Here's the title to your steading. Follow the road east from Falkreath, then north at the crossroads. Turn left just past Pine Watch.
Okay.
May wisdom forever light your path.
Now, yeah, we can at this point start doing like stuff to, you know, there's various quests around here still. And we're going to do them at some point, but no, we are heading for our house. Now, generally speaking, you want a steward when you get to your house. And what I usually... No, it's east. East that we need to go. Generally, when you get your house...
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll.
You will have a house Carl that gets sent to, you know, to that house. Sometimes you can set your house Carl to also be your steward. That's not a bad way to do it efficiently. And there are no bad stewards in the game. Because I'm pretty sure they all still follow you, if you want them to. But basically, now there is going to be a bandit encampment up here that we have to fight. Somewhere. Maybe I'm misremembering. That's not it. Maybe it's a... Here it is. See that bridge? That there are going to be bandits right there. Yeah, basically as soon as you get your house and become Thane, because becoming Thane gets you a house Carl, and your house Carl can make a decent steward. Sometimes if you like to kind of roleplay, it might not be the worst idea to set a different character to be the steward. Just like the whole concept of you now have both a Thane and a steward defending your house, rather than just a Thane that doubles as a steward. It's up to you. Wait, no, not Thane, House Carl. Because that's what we're talking about, House Carls. You are the Thane. Okay, there is a bear right here. Cave bear. There you are. I will take on this bear. Okay, you're dealing a bit of damage. Just need to deal more than you are. Blocking blocks so much now. It's insane. Like, blocking is really useful. Okay, so bandits taken care of. Bear taken care of. Because, you know, when you're about to move into a new home, you really don't want that new home to have bad neighbors. So we took care of the bad neighbors. Up here is Pine Watch. Now, Pine Watch is, I'm 90% sure, quest related. But you can just go in there and clear out the bandits that are holed up there anyway if you want. I don't. I'll usually just wait for the quest. But here... First we'll have a few mud crabs around. There they are. There's always mud crabs here. Then we move on. And right around here is our new home. It's a plot of land we're gonna have to improve, because right now it is just land. That's all it is. It's undeveloped land. But we can change that. We can build a home here. it's gonna overlook, on clear days, it's going to overlook the lake and, oh right, there's necromancers down here, aren't there? Overlooking a clear lake and Bleak Falls Barrow, if you want to feel nostalgic about the very first dungeon of the game. So, yeah. I think that's a good place to leave it off. We will do building next time, whenever next time is, because, like I said, I will be going on a bit of a break here. I have, you know, just some, like, family stuff to deal with, and I should be back, hopefully, in maybe 2 weeks. So, you know, watch this space, watch my Twitter, and all that stuff. I will announce things. But yeah, thank you all for coming out. It's been a blast. And let's find ourselves someone to raid. Now, probably... maybe this person. Every time it's someone with affiliate that I'm not subbed to, it's just like, guess I'll watch this ad. Okay. It's hard to tell if she's wrapping up right now, so maybe not her. Ooh, Bruce. Yeah, let's raid Bruce. It's been a while since I've been to one of Bruce's streams. So again, thank you all for coming out and watching me. Here is our raid message. Be sure to check out our Discord and all that good stuff. And I'll see you hopefully in a few weeks. Bye-bye.
Reasonable, reasonable. I'm not sweating too much.